Mayor and council, we are live.
Uh, Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, June 8th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. And we'll start with the calling of the roll.
Councilmember Cole. Councilmember Hampton.
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Lyon.
Here.
Councilmember Madison.
Here.
Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Mr. Hampton, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Your hearts ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You need this? Okay, you have it?
We have ceremonial matters. The first is a very, very happy one. I'd like to congratulate our colleague Steve Madison on his recent nuptials and say welcome back from
Thank you, Mayor.
rested vacation and a great.
Samuel Johnson famously said, elevating hope over experience, but I'll take it. I'm very happy. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Congratulations. The second is to welcome our colleagues back to the dais who recently stood for re-election, Mr. Lyon, Ms. Rivas, and Mr. Jones. Congratulations, Chief. Well done. Next, I'd like to ask our General Manager of Pasadena Water and Power to join us. Mr. Jacob Stevens as well of the State of California New Motor Vehicle Board to present an award to the City of Pasadena for zero emission vehicle readiness. Pasadena Water and Power, you're not surprised, has earned the great distinction, working hard. Thank you to Mr. Reyes and his staff. And thank you, Mr. Stevens, for your work with the California New Motor Vehicle Board and for being here tonight to present the ZEV Readiness Award to the City of Pasadena. We're proud to receive this recognition, which showcases to community members and other municipalities in the state of California that Pasadena is best in class when it comes to meeting the needs of our community in becoming ZEV ready and highlighting our ongoing efforts to fight climate change. Congratulations to DWP. And thank you to Mr. Stevens.
Yes, sir. We're gonna put it.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. I'll be quick. It seems like you guys have a fun agenda ahead of you. So on behalf of the state of California and the California New Motor Vehicle Board, my name is Jake Stevens. I'm privileged to serve as your president. We are a small administrative law adjudicatory body that lives within CalSTA, but we were created to help our car dealerships all resolve their disputes without clogging up the Superior Court. I believe one of my dear colleagues, Ann Smith-Boland, who has a dealership here. So we're honored to be here to recognize the city of Pasadena for demonstrating exceptional progress towards zero-emission vehicle readiness. Thank you, Mayor Gordo and the entire council for taking the necessary steps to eliminate harmful emissions in California and creating a ZEV-ready infrastructure for your community members and travelers. By doing this, you have demonstrated commitment to fight climate change and are reducing further harm to California communities. So thank you for your leadership and being an example. We take these lovely pieces of plastic all over California, but we're here in Pasadena first because you guys are leading the way and we wanted to recognize that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Next, we have, on a much more somber note, we have a couple of adjourn in memory requests. The first is someone we all know have come to care about and love, and someone who's contributed to the city of Pasadena for as long as I can remember, and even before I can remember. And that's a great friend, Tony Santolina. You may all recall Tony was very active with nonprofits and youth serving agencies in our community. I had the tremendous honor of working with Tony from the early 90s and considered him a great friend, not just and mentor, not just to me, but to so many others. Tragically, Tony lost his life this past week, and we certainly have a gap in our community. But his legacy of contributions to Pasadena and to the youth of our city will be everlasting. I can't honestly think of someone who has worked harder to improve the lives of so many generations of youth in our community. And I'm certainly grateful for having had the great honor and privilege of being mentored by Tony, being helped by Tony, and watching him mentor so many others. He started Youth Month in 1992, I recall, was responsible for the Youth Council in Pasadena for decades. I could go on and on and on, but I certainly will miss Tony. And I know many of you who had the pleasure of working with him will as well. He was here most recently urging us to fund the Office of the Young Child and hung in there as we established that office. And so I ask that the council adjourn in memory of our friend, mentor, and dear friend, Tony Santolina. Thank you. Mr. Jones? Mr. Hampton, did you?
I'd just like to say just some brief words about Tony. Tony is an amazing individual. We have just so many amazing people in this community. But I think of Tony as when I was a school board member, it was the first time I had the opportunity of meeting him. And the first thing he said to me is said, Tyrone, a lot of the greatest ideas are going to come from these kids. So you make sure that you continuously listen to them. And I appreciate our council for always listening and engaging with the youth's voice and letting them be heard. This past weekend, we had graduations for PUSD and all the schools and even the independent schools in Pasadena. And one of the things I had mentioned to a lot of the kids is, make sure, and the kids that are still in high school, make sure that you're making your voice be heard. You send emails to us, come to meetings. And so in honor of Tony tonight, I just ask every young person who thinks that their voice is not being heard, that we are listening, and please to reach out to us, and we will definitely do our darndest to make sure that you're being heard and represented extremely well. Thank you, Tony, for making sure that we're looking at the future of Pasadena and where it would be and hearing from the voices of the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. I actually qualified under the definition of the legal definition of youth when I met Tony. So absolutely. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor. And I join you and my colleague in adjourning in honor of Tony, such a great person and a beloved community member. But unfortunately, I do as well want to adjourn in the honor of Miss Ruthie Hopkins. I think a lot of us knew her. She was a pioneering publisher, a civic leader, an advocate, and a beloved community member who passed away on May 9th. 2026. We all know that for over 6 decades, Ruthie shared a remarkable partnership and relationship and marriage with her late husband, attorney Joe Hopkins, who passed away in 2023. Together, they established a legacy rooted in advocacy, empowerment, faith, and unwavering service to the community. They were co-founders and publishers of the Pasadena San Gabriel Valley Journal, the region's sole Black-owned newspaper for a long time. Ruthie and Joe created a trusted platform that provided a voice for Pasadena's Black community and addressed issues of equity, representation, and justice. And so our thoughts and prayers are with the Hopkins family and all who cherished her during this challenging period. And, you know, I personally obviously knew Ruthie and Joe for a long time, and they were just folks who would just pour into, we talked about Tony, pour into young people and pour into our community and just spend a lot of time advocating on behalf of just our community and just to improve it for the better. So I know that Pasadena is a better place because of people like Joe and Ruthie Hopkins in our community.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Hampton, did
I'd
you?
also like to say a few brief words about Ruthie Hopkins, an amazing individual, pillar in this community, and for so many years with the Journal, you know, that they founded, making sure that the words of our community, all communities, are being heard. And as Councilmember Jones mentioned, pouring into the youth, which was another one of my introductions to the city of Pasadena, meeting Ruth Hopkins, asking me, how many students in PUSD want to come and write something? We want to make sure that they're published. And so I want to thank her for pouring in our community and also being the rock of the communications for the Journal. I mean, we're blessed to all have partners here. And, you know, I think she was an amazing partner and just a beautiful person with her and Joe. So I just like to say thank you to her for her service. I know she's listening. She's probably writing something right now. But I'm just really grateful to have met both of them. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I'd like to join in that. I had the great pleasure of knowing and working with Ruthie and Joe. And it's really, it is hard to separate the two. When you talk about one, you have to talk about the other. But it really was Ruthie who was the communications person, and, you know, didn't just establish a newspaper, but established a voice for a community that desperately needed a voice at that time. And she was not just the driver, but as you said so eloquently, Mr. Hampton, the pillar that sustained that communication. And so I certainly miss Joe, also a friend and a mentor, and will miss Ruthie. And I'll reach out to Jamal and the family on behalf of the council as well. Mr. Cole?
My colleagues have eloquently stated the gigantic role that both of the Hopkins played in our community. My background, having been city editor of the Pasadena Gazette, which was the newspaper that served the Black community before Joe started the Pasadena Journal, and having been co-founder of the Pasadena Weekly, I have a special understanding of the brutal discipline that putting out a newspaper every week involved. The production, the business side, the advertising, not to mention all of the people who call in and second guess what you say and what you write and have differing opinions or want corrections or complain about this, that, and the other thing. And the ability to do that week after week, year after year, providing a reputable, eloquent voice is sorely missed. And social media doesn't fill that hole. So what Joe and Ruthie did was really monumental, and few people really recognize just how much blood, sweat, and tears went into providing that voice. And I admire those today who are keeping up that effort through other publications, because as you said, voices in our community desperately need to be heard. And those voices that Joe and Ruthie amplified for decades, we can't let them go silent.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. And so we will adjourn in memory of Tony Santolina, a great friend and Pasadenan and mentor to many, and Ruthie Hopkins, who gave a voice to, together with Joe Hopkins, to a community that was in desperate need of one. Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to public comment for matters not on the agenda. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 7, so 2 minutes. Okay.
If you hear your name, please step forward. The clerk will call the names.
Kevin Norton, followed by Paul Mari, followed by Margaret Lee, then Les Hammer, then Virginia Paca. Then online, we have Cheryl Arger and Shayna Villalobos.
Kevin, welcome.
One second.
All right, there we go. I should know better. All right, good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Kevin Norton. I represent IBW Local 18. IBW Local 18's had a long, productive relationship with the city of Pasadena. Our members who serve Pasadena step up every time they're called, whether it's restoring power during the recent wildfires, responding to an accident where a streetlight or power pole has been struck, making an accident scene safe so police and fire can do their jobs. Our members are there. Much of this work happens off hours, pulling them away from their families, and it's performed in close proximity to energized equipment where risk of injury or death is real. These are 4,000, 17,000, and 45,000 volt systems. There's no room for error in their job. We're currently in negotiations, and we do not intend to discuss specifics in a public forum. What we can say is the professionalism of our members demonstrate every day is a direct result of the extensive training and experience required to work on the Pasadena Water and Power system. This training is highly specialized, costly, and not easily replaced. It takes years to complete an apprenticeship, and many employees have several years of entry-level experience before they even enter the apprenticeship program. Retention is a serious issue of concern for us, particularly as it relates to class and comp with our neighboring utilities. Across the state, we've seen utilities lose key personnel when they fail to remain competitive. Pasadena is not immune to those pressures. When trained, experienced workers leave, the city loses institutional knowledge, operational readiness, and the very people who keep the lights on. We respectfully ask that you provide your negotiation teams with the latitude necessary to keep salaries competitive so that Pasadena can retain the skilled workforce it depends on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Norton.
Thank you. We've got quite a few members here, if they could stand up. So it's serious for us.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your service to Pasadena. As Kevin points out, you keep the lights on and the water running and the infrastructure which we as a city and certainly as residents rely upon. So thank you all very much for your work.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Paul Mari.
I also want to just give a real quick thanks to your team because we don't often get to see you guys. And so hopefully the cameras are panning in on the faces that are in this room right now. During the fires, I saw your guys out in our teams, right, out in bucket trucks with the wind restoring power. And so I have to say that I'm very grateful, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to see all of your faces here today. And I just want to say thank you so much for keeping the lights on in the city of Pasadena. Our residents are very, very grateful.
Thank you very much. And we certainly want you to take that into consideration with everything I said today. Thank you.
So you second his comments? Thank you all.
Mr. Mari, come forward. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. If the group is leaving quietly, do so. Thank you. As you are going, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mari.
Good evening. I'm here in response to an ongoing disturbance from a gas station on Colorado Boulevard at 1813 East Colorado Boulevard, who on any given night, they have car shows that are taking over the entire parking lot, making noise all night, racing up and down Colorado Boulevard with their loud cars, to be told that nothing can be done because it's on private property. I have sent off a package to several of you citing a couple of vehicle codes that things can be done up to and including citing the on-duty employee because they refuse to do anything because it's on private property. Also, the fact that there's a code that I put in a packet for the fire department. They are blocking, they literally block the entire parking lot. I've talked to a couple of fire stations. They said, yes, they can be cited, but nothing's ever being done about it. And all night long, they're just racing up and down Colorado Boulevard with their loud mufflers and all that.
Sir, if you could leave your information, and we will certainly reach out to you.
Actually, I believe in the package that
You included it?
It does have all
Okay.
of my information on it. Like I left out, I get packets to, but I thought were the important ones here, yourself, Mr. Cole, who's the councilman for that area, Police Chief Harris.
Okay.
So my information is out there.
You've certainly earned a lot of credibility with us here with that statement. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Lee,
We will reach out. I'll look for the packet.
followed by Les Hammer, then Virginia Paca. If you give that to the Sergeant at Arms, we'll distribute that.
Good evening, staff, City Council, and Mayor Gordo. My name is Margaret Lee. I'm a resident here in Pasadena. Through the years, I've given public comment here, largely related to issues about homelessness and affordable housing. But I'm here tonight to introduce myself as the new executive director of Elizabeth House, which, as you know, is based here in Pasadena. I started on May 1st, and I just wanted to come and introduce myself. I've spoken to a number of you through the years, and I'm just so honored to serve this great organization. I also wanted to invite you to our upcoming open house. This is the flyer that's being passed around. You should receive an email about this from our community engagement manager, Julia Gamba. But our open house is June 26th on a Friday from 5 to 8 p.m. It's very casual. But we want to reintroduce our programs that we have at Elizabeth House. As some of you know, we operate a maternity shelter for pregnant women experiencing homelessness. We're the only maternity shelter in the San Gabriel Valley area that accepts young children. We also have an alumni program where we serve our women who have been in our shelter program, but we keep in touch with them for the rest of their lives. We have a community program where we serve women in the community who are at risk of homelessness and need services. And we have some exciting things in store too. We're going to start a new fatherhood program where we are looking to dads in the community to provide mentorship to our dads and to our kids. So we hope to see you there. And I look forward to connecting with each of you again. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and thank you for your work over a long period of time. And to your staff at Elizabeth House as well. Mr. Hammer,
Mr. Hammer, go ahead.
welcome.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. Last year, the Armenian parliament declared its intention to join the European Union. However, Armenia belongs to the Eurasian Economic Union led by Russia. This puts Armenia in a precarious position. Russian President Vladimir Putin warns that Armenia cannot belong to two unions. In spite of the risk, Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan wants his country to join the European Union, oblivious to the fact that the union is as much an existential threat to Armenia as Russia. Thanks to the complicity and silence of the mainstream press, few people know that America nearly became part of a North American Union. In 1997, President George Bush met secretly with the leaders of Canada and Mexico to discuss the formation of the Free Trade Area of the Americas, a European-style union of 31 countries except Cuba. Word leaked out, and conservatives led the charge against the FTAA. It succeeded. 29 states passed resolutions against a North American Union, and by 2004, the free trade scheme was dead in the water. If Armenia joins the European Union, it will surrender its sovereignty. After centuries of brutal occupation by the Ottoman and Russian empires, Armenia would be ruled by the European Parliament in Brussels under an ironclad constitution. In a continental union with open borders, What would stop Parliament from ordering a shotgun marriage with Turkey? England proved that it is easier to join the European Union than it is to get out of it. It took a national plebiscite, Brexit, to leave the Union. Armenia should be free to chart its own course in the 21st century without the tyranny of Brussels and Moscow. Please tell the Consul General to keep Armenia out of the European Union. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
Virginia Paca, followed by Cheryl Arger and Shayna Villalobos, who are virtual. Ms. Paca, I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Welcome.
My name is Virginia Peka. I am an architect and I've lived in Pasadena for quite a while. I am very concerned about what you're calling a military action that happened recently in the city in the dead of night. This is not okay. And the fact that there is no transparency for citizens as to why it happened, who was involved, what it cost, who decided to do it. It's not okay. Our mayor is elected to keep us safe, to keep us healthy, and to protect us. We have not, as citizens, signed up for military actions in abandoned buildings in the dead of night, ever. And what I am demanding from this body is transparency, accountability, and an assurance that it will never happen again. The people who have gone through a fire and have been traumatized are not going to wake up in the dead of night hearing what sounds like ice. Come on, that's what it sounded like. And the way those things travel through social media, it didn't just happen in that area around St. Luke's, it happened to the whole city. And everyone was fearful. So, you know, I was at the Vote Center in City of Industry recently, and the transparency there is amazing. The way they handle votes, the way everything is done there, it's very transparent. People are informed. They will answer any question. I want to see that in Pasadena as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Just so you and others are aware, it was the federal government conducting activities, and many of us have expressed concern. It wasn't the city of Pasadena, it was the federal government, and many of us are
I still want transparency. I don't care if it is Russia.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want transparency.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I could just point out, working on agendizing this topic, again, just for transparency and discussion, the council had little to no, essentially the same information the public had. So we want to have a conversation to understand more about it, to get as many answers as we can, which ultimately will most likely not be very satisfying. It's going to be the federal government did what they did and we didn't have any control of it. But I think it's worth having that discussion so we can learn as much as we can. Yeah. We're trying to confirm quorum for the next meeting and hopefully can have that discussion there.
There are various communities that were impacted and also expressing concern. You know, I think, you know, having experienced the fire in such close proximity and of course other federal action involving ICE and everything else that we've experienced in the last few years, it was particularly traumatic for our city and for this neighborhood to have that occur without sufficient notice.
Mayor, I texted briefly with our city manager about this, and he said it was going to get as much information as he could from the federal government. As soon as we have that information, we should make sure that our PIO shares that with the general population.
Yeah. All that to say, Ms. Baker, is, you know, we share your concern and we are trying to get as much information as we can. Thank you. Okay.
Yadi.
Yadi.
And then Cheryl Arger and Shayna Villalobos, virtual.
Hi, as the previous commenter spoke, I also have concerns about the federal military quote training that happened in Northeast Pasadena without our knowledge or consent. What happened? Why did it happen? How was a private vacant building allowed to be used this way in Pasadena? And why was the system so inadequate that there wasn't input from local government and adequate heads up for the public? And this is very concerning. I had a lot of conversations with neighbors that really question why this was even necessary. Yes, but there needs to be training, but why in the middle of a city center? And why at this time? With everything going on in the general federal climate, this is decisions could have been different. And the public needs to know, would like to know, like, what you guys are going to do to hold the government accountable, and keep it from happening again. And this building pulled a lot of resources from community during the fire. This vacant building pulled a lot of first responder resources that could have gone to communities. And instead, we're looking at why this abandoned building is causing so many problems. So I hope that that gets resolved. And I very much look forward to having a more in-depth conversation at Public Safety about this.
Thank you.
Cheryl Arger, followed by Shayna Villalobos.
Ms. Auger, welcome.
She's participating virtually.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 1 minute. I mean, sorry, 2 minutes.
Okay. No, I was thinking that, but okay, good. Okay. Well, it won't take that long. I'm actually very concerned about the urban warfare training as well. I'm concerned about so many aspects of this. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that the city knew about it and didn't communicate to residents. And I understand the city was told not to share the information with city residents, but we pay for you guys, right? You guys represent us. And and I'm sorry, and I know council members don't make any money hardly at all, but we elect you. You are supposed to represent us, not the federal government, I believe, right? I mean, I'm not that knowledgeable about law, but I believe you represent us over the federal government. Is that true? I mean, I don't know if you can answer me, but anyways, I feel like we should be, if you hear something, we should know what you've heard. And I would definitely thank you, Jess. I think would be so great to have a meeting so all the community members understand, or even here in this forum, like what went down, like, how can we stop this from happening in the future? I think also, was there other information conveyed to our city that community members need to know about? And then to the past speaker's point, like, how much money did we just spend on a false event, right? That people were afraid, calls were coming in. I don't know if actually any.
Ms. Harger, your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
Thank you, Ms. Auger.
And then Shayna Villalobos.
Ms. Villalobos? Ms. Villalobos?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, I am also calling about the military training that happened last week. And I know that you guys have been talking about it. But I think, the city's handling of the military training exercise was unacceptable. Residents were given minimum notice before an overnight military exercise involving helicopters, explosion, and simulated weapons fire. The notice failed to identify the actual location of the exercise, or which neighborhoods would be most affected. They were given a number to call the Pasadena Police Department. I did. I could not get any information about where this was happening. And so if we're directed to call someone, I'd expect that they could give us more answers, especially if the direction was call if you have questions. My family was among the directly affected. Obviously, you all have heard from me and many others that there's explosions powerful enough to shake our home late into the night. They stayed past the stated end time of 1 a.m. until 2 a.m., where, I had no chance to explain to my 4-year-old what these sounds were. I had no chance to prepare my pets. I couldn't go out and get some medication to keep them calm like I can for the 4th of July. It took place on private property. However, an operation involving military aircraft impacts the city nationwide, and that does not happen without the knowledge of city officials. Someone knew about this before residents did. And what residents deserve to know is simple. When did the city first learn about this exercise? Who approved it? Why were residents not given meaningful advance notice? Why were some of the most affected neighborhoods not identified? Why were residents directed to contact a number that could not provide answers? And why did the exercise
Ms.
continue
Villanova,
beyond?
your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
I think the callers have raised some very legitimate questions, which I appreciate. Vice Mayor Rivas, as chair of the Public Safety Committee, will get to the bottom of. For the record, I believe this is the truth. It certainly is true for me. The council was notified at 5:24, 6 minutes before the public notice went out. I had no knowledge of that prior to getting that text, and I believe that's the case for all 8 of us.
That's correct. Well, at least for me. And we will certainly continue to reach out to the federal government and other agencies who conduct operations within the city, including the county. Okay.
That completes public comment. There is one other, but we'll take that one in the end because we've called all the public comment.
Thank you. So next, consent calendar.
We do have speaker cards for there's 2 speaker cards for 2 and 3, and then there's 1 speaker card for also for consent items 11 and 13. So we have 2 speaker cards on consent for 2, 3, 11, and 13. You want to take the public comments first?
Yes.
Humaira Afzal, followed by, actually, Sonia Burnt was the first one to submit. We'll call her first. Sonia Burnt and then Humaira Afzal.
If you'll step forward.
And you have 2 minutes.
Ms. Burnt, welcome.
Yeah, I'm going to talk fast because I have 4. On agenda items 2 and 3, there was community pushback at the last Public Safety Committee meeting regarding enormous past PPD equipment expenses and huge additional expense expected going forward, such as an active intelligence center, new equestrian unit, drones, etc. Significantly, Chair Rivas confirmed with Chief Harris that as for all the proposed technologies in the work plan, the contracts will come through public safety as well as the city council, quote, and that's where we can really dig into the specifics of what's proposed, unquote. Going forward, I hope that the council will do a lot more than rubber stamp PPD's requests for equipment, et cetera, including scrutinizing whether the requests are mission critical and whether no bid contracts are appropriate. On agenda number 13, for transparency, I would like to point out what these grants will and will not do. 8 of the 13 non-administrative federal grants are critical to support homeless prevention programs. Those grants will benefit folks who are already housed. They are not homeless. Additionally, 3 of the grants are for rapid rehousing, which the city states is not a program for chronically homeless residents. So while this is good news, very little of this federal grant money will benefit our over 300 unsheltered residents. The council needs to fund housing for these most vulnerable residents living on our streets. And finally, on agenda number 11, amendments to the CIP budget. $2 million for a year-round shelter for our unsheltered residents needs to be added as an amendment in light of the discussion at the HHP committee meeting last week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Humaira?
Yeah. Hi. I'm just going to start because
turned in cards for other people, but I somehow managed not to turn in a card for myself on items not on the agenda. My big question just is, why didn't Pasadena Police Department consult with City Council, let alone notify them in advance before the military training took place? We know that PPD knew about it at least a month in advance. You, City Council, are elected. Pasadena Police Department is not. Okay, items not on the agenda. I sent in emails about both of these. Particular concern with Versaterm is that here we are yet again with another high-value contract without competitive bidding. There are so many contracts of large amounts without competitive bidding just since October. Over $18 million worth of contracts without competitive bids. So I would urge City Council to take a close look at why this is happening, because that's a fairly large number and those are all pretty big contracts. So we are almost certainly missing opportunities to save money through competitive bidding, and as a result, don't have funds to cover other community needs, such as a year-round shelter. The other one was regarding the contract with LA Sheriff's Department. Not a fan of the LA Sheriff's Department. They don't exactly have a good track record. And my request is that you make sure that they have to follow the same rules that our police department has now put in place regarding interactions with ICE. And there's also some additional recommendations that CPOC has made. So I don't see any mechanism in there to make sure that the LA Sheriff's Department is going to be held to the same requirements. So that needs to be in there if you go with it, and there needs to be a mechanism for making sure it's followed and a mechanism for
Your time has expired.
if it's not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And just to finalize, the city clerk's office received one letter for consent item 2, one letter expressing concerns with the staff recommendations, and one letter advocating for the city council to take appropriate action to ensure all other local agency officers abide by the city's policies related to ICE. And then for consent item 3, one letter expressing concerns with the city council awarding contracts without a competitive bidding process. Those letters were posted online, distributed to the council, are part of the record for those items.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And so is there a motion on?
I'd like to make a motion to approve,
Next we'll go to the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
approve the consent calendar. And I would like to remove item number 2.
I'd like to make a comment on item number 4.
Okay, your comment on 4 and?
Or I guess I can make my comment on number 2 then.
Okay, go ahead.
The public commenters make a valid point that we have a policy in place as it relates to immigration enforcement. Within item number 2, that should be codified in our vote tonight, that other agencies that we contract with abide by our policies. With the county, we have a law enforcement services for major events. Number 2, item number 2.
That makes sense to me.
We're contracting with the sheriff's
No,
department.
I understand. I'm just, think they're not here for when we hire an outside agency for events like the, at the Rose Bowl, for example, was it this past weekend's Mexico game?
Yeah.
We hire them for security, not enforcement purposes, is the distinction that I'm making.
And that's fair, but while they're here in security purposes, they should be doing exactly what our police department is asking them to do, and not anything outside the contractual agreement.
Yeah. And so having them abide to the contract and whatever contractual agreement we enter into them for security purposes is implicit in my mind in the contract, but we can certainly restate that as a condition.
Yes, because we don't, I think the chief can speak to this, but I don't know that we know what their policies are and that's not reflected usually in the contract.
Well, yeah, my point is we hire them for a very specific purpose. And I think that's Mr. Hampton's point, Mr. Cole's point, that, we just restate that that's the purpose.
Did you make a motion on the consent calendar?
I did,
And was it seconded?
not yet.
I will second it with the proviso that Mr. Hampton's requirements of the contract reflect that they will abide by our policies.
Chief, did you have something to add?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Generally, when we have these contracts and MOUs with agencies that assist us, they are bound by the same state laws and the same rules with regard to SB 54 and SB 34. So that is a requirement from the state law. Usually we staff our events with those outside agencies working right next to our folks so that the practice and protocols are observed. So typically we don't have, let's say, sheriff's department folks operating on their own without Pasadena police right next to them as an oversight mechanism. So I'd have to consult with the city attorney on how you word whatever it is we're going to do to say, try to hold them accountable to our policies. But we have taken steps to make sure that they do that, and the law requires that they do exactly as we've suggested in our policies. Most of the agencies all adhere to what is called Lexipol as their base policy. And with that policy, it's very similar and consistent best practices that we also subscribe to. So I think there are elements that are in place to indicate that we do all follow the same policies. But I'll consult with the city attorney on how we can word that to ensure that that is said so the public can see it.
Yeah. Mr. Cole?
Well, if that works both ways and we operate the way the sheriff's department operates, then I have some very severe concerns about our police department. But I don't believe we operate the way the sheriff's department operates. And I'm worried when they are in our town that they operate the way they should, which is the Pasadena way, not the sheriff's way. And I have seen at our events sheriffs on their own, just by the nature of the way in which folks are deployed. I know that there's close cooperation, and I don't know of any egregious examples to point to of the sheriffs not abiding by appropriate ways. And I think that's a tribute to our police department setting a good example. But I think there's nothing wrong with including in the contract, not just that they follow state law, but that they follow our policies because we're paying them and they're working in our town.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to belabor the point, but, peace officers are peace officers and licensed to operate in any part of the state of California. And so it's a statewide designation, but I'm just not, yeah, the expectation is that our policies are followed. I just don't know what to do different than say, we bring you in for security purposes. We expect that you will adhere to the contractual agreement to provide security services.
I don't believe police officers are police officers in the state of California. I have personal experience with the LAPD. If we handled a peaceful demonstration the way LAPD handles peaceful demonstrations, we would have the same level of liabilities in the multi-millions of dollars. So I think to protect ourselves and to protect our residents and to protect our visitors, we should be explicit.
Peace officers are peace officers throughout the state of California, Mr. Cole.
They don't operate the same way.
No, that's different. That's not what I said. I mean, department practices and procedures are different, and as peace officers are different, but peace officers are peace officers throughout the state of California.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I would like them to abide by the way we do policing in Pasadena. And I think Mr. Hampton is in the same place.
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, I appreciate the sentiment and the concern. The truth is we've had this contract for decades with the sheriffs. Not aware of ever having a single problem. Granted, these are special times we're living in, sort of along the lines of the military training. This can all be sort of laid at the feet of this corrupt administration that we have in the presidency. But this is a solution in search of a problem, and it's just not workable. I mean,
to put in a sort of a broad political statement that we want them to abide by the same policies that we do. They're not steeped in those policies. They're not trained under those policies. They're a separate organization. I'm sure the county council would then get involved, and we'd get tied up in long negotiations that just are not prudent.
Well, let me narrow it down. They're not here for immigration enforcement.
Yeah,
No question.
Let's just.
I'll sign on to that.
Yeah,
They're not here for immigration.
that's my point, Mr. Hampton, is we're not hiring an outside agency, sheriffs or highway patrol or anyone else to conduct any sort of enforcement other than what's in the contract, which is to provide safety and security, not enforcement. That's precisely my point. We're not hiring them to, go out and conduct operations. We're hiring them to work side by side our police department at the direction of our police department, is my understanding. Am I correct about that, Chief?
Yes.
In the direction of our police department is not to ask those questions. Is that correct, Chief?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
To
question.
ask questions about immigration status, et cetera. That's not
That is correct.
our department's
That is
role or
correct.
responsibility. So anyone that we contract with, right? I mean, should abide by our policies here in the city of Pasadena.
Well, as I said,
As it relates to immigration enforcement, et cetera.
I agree with that. I think that's an appropriate sentiment.
And so
But I think that's covered, in my professional opinion, that is covered by the law that covers all peace officers in the state of California, and that is that we cannot enforce immigration enforcement. SB 54 applies to the sheriff's department. It applies to the Pasadena Police Department and every other police department that we would contract to work these events,
Right.
As does SB 34. So they're precluded from participating in anything that has to do with immigration enforcement.
Well, in my opinion, it doesn't hurt to put that in writing or add that as a part. I mean, I don't see how that hurts to add that as a part of the motion.
That they abide by state
We
law.
can vote
I'm
on it
fine
or
with
not.
that.
I mean, then we.
Why don't we just say that they abide by state law as the city of Pasadena does? As is the policy of the city of Pasadena.
But not every police department in the state of California abides by the same
all
policies
peace
that we
officers.
abide by.
All peace officers are bound by state law. All peace officers licensed by the state of California are licensed by the state of California to be peace officers are bound by state law. Chief?
That's affirmative, sir. And the law is very strict in what it holds all peace officers in California to with regard to SB 54 and SB 34.
Well, I'll just say this. I think that if we have a statement that we've made, those are our values. As a council, if that is our value, that we should put that in writing with any other agency that we contract with as a part of our values. Now, not every department in the state of California abides by our values in the city of Pasadena. So I want to be congruent with agencies that we contract out with. And if there's not a support for that, then that's fine.
Well,
we vote on it and we move on. I don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but I'm just saying it's part of our values as a collective.
I don't mind including in the contract in the preamble, a statement of our values, and this is what you're signing up for. I think that meets your need, and I think the fact that state law preempts the policy of any city in regards to immigration enforcement and what the peace officer can and can't do is sufficient, together with the statement in the preamble about our values, to be fair and adhere to state law. Mr. Cole, we have a log and.
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't want to belabor this anymore, but I want to react to Mr. Madison's point. I agree with you, Mr. Madison, as I acknowledge that we have not had problems in the past that I'm aware of. But I also agree with the point you made that we are living in different times. And I want whatever mechanism to be sure that the sheriff's department understands that if things get hot, they're to operate clearly under our jurisdiction and not operate the way they have operated in some other situations. That's my concern. And I'd rather not wait until after the horse is out of the barn to go back and second guess, well, how come that happened? I'd like to set a clear signal. The language of that, the spirit of that, I would trust to our police department and to our city attorney. But I do think that Mr. Hampton has raised a valid point of concern. The sheriffs don't operate the way we do. And if push comes to shove, which is more likely in today's world than it has been for a long time, I don't want them doing the shoving.
Well, yeah, I like to believe that nobody does it as well as our Pasadena Police Department. And, again, because words do matter in these contractual agreements, and when you're dealing with jurisdictional issues, I would just say, because they have statewide jurisdiction, we should probably say that not that when they operate in our jurisdiction, but make clear in the contract, as you suggest, Mr. Cole, that the lead agency in the city of Pasadena is the Pasadena Police Department, and they're to operate at our chief's direction or command staff's direction, consistent with our value statement. I think we can probably achieve what we're all trying to achieve by doing both.
Mayor, I think that's probably the most efficient way to accomplish what everyone's talking about.
Yeah. So
I agree with that.
I agree with that as well.
it makes clear that
That'll be the spirit of the motion.
that when we say Eugene Harris is the Pasadena Police Chief, it applies to all of Pasadena. Thank
And
you.
I would just note that we will work to ensure that we get language that reflects that with respect to immigration enforcement. And as mentioned, it's a contract that we negotiate with another party, which has legal representation as well. So we will try to make sure that we protect the city and what you are trying to do.
Yeah, I don't think it's limited to immigration enforcement. I think the word Mr. Cole uses, shove, and we've seen other agencies not behave in a way that we would expect our Pasadena Police Department officers to behave. And so I think it's simply adhere to the direction of our police chief and ensure that they understand our value statements and direction to follow state law while in Pasadena.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could, I'm struggling with the idea that this contract will cross-deputize deputy sheriffs to be under the supervision of our police department. I don't think they'll agree to that, even though I think the general sentiment is a sound one, that this is for a very specific purpose, which again, they've done for decades with no incident. I also could see risk to us if all of a sudden now everything the sheriffs do is ultimately the responsibility of our chief. I would prefer that we simply give direction to the city manager and through the city manager, the chief, to ensure that any counterparty to any contract for security on these events understands that it is our policy that in the city of Pasadena that civil immigration enforcement will not occur, and we if there's a problem, then we'll be very disappointed. I don't think we should sit here trying to draft a contract that's been in place for decades, and we're sort of spitballing here when we've been really busy.
Yeah, we do, and I don't think we're going to. I think anytime we contract, whether with a police department or any other agency, we own a lot of the liability, and so I don't think we're going to do away with that. And we're not cross-deputizing. We're just saying, if you are a contractor and we hire you, understand our value statement, and we expect to get, it actually goes the other way. We expect that all state laws will be followed, and that people will be treated fairly in our city. And at the direction of our police chief, we're certainly not going to cede activity to individual sheriffs or the sheriff's department entirely. Our chief of police is the chief of police, and I would expect them to follow the direction of our chief of police while under contract with us. Okay, with that, we have a
Motion and a second.
and a second.
Can I also make a brief comment on item 4?
Mhm.
So I'm not, I'm going to support the motion, and I support the professional way in which our staff evaluate contracts. But we've often talked about the value of having local companies. We're spending up to $3.5 million for services for completing environmental assessments, preparing compliance documents, permitting support, development of restoration habitat enforcement programs, enhancement programs, pre-construction surveys, and construction monitoring. This seems to be pretty bread and butter engineering work. And I note from the disclosure that this is a company that, while listed as having a Los Angeles address, has 12 executive vice presidents, 30 senior vice presidents, 167 vice presidents, and 185 associate vice presidents. So this is obviously a worldwide firm, and that may make them very qualified, but I'm not sure that the spirit of what we're looking for is to go with giant corporate firms when we have right here in our community perfectly competent engineering firms that are headquartered here. So I'm not going to challenge this one, but I would hope that we would continue to look at the way we're doing contracting and see in a case where I think any of these firms probably have the technical competence to do this job, that we continue to stress the opportunity to employ our own people.
Mr. Hawksworth?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make one comment, and that was that the Water and Power Department specifically did this procurement because this procurement will satisfy the federal requirements, and under the federal requirements of procurement, we're precluded from giving any local benefit to a provider. I believe it was last year Water and Power did another recruitment for on-call engineering services, and that one did include local firms. But because this one is for specifically to address federal procurement guidelines, we were prohibited from giving benefit to local firms in this procurement.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
On the consent calendar?
Yes.
Motion and a second.
Mayor, I'm sorry, where did we land on the language for the sheriff's contract?
That it would be amended that the agency abide by the city's policies, that the city of Pasadena is the lead agency, and that the law enforcement would adhere to the direction of the police chief, follow state law, treat people fairly, but that was going to be created by staff in connection with the police department.
In the preamble.
Okay, thank you.
Or we'll arrest them.
Right. And just on item number 4, you know, and I understand that this is federal dollars, but this is a request for proposal, correct? I mean, a lot of the scoring, which we didn't get a chance to see here, is subjective. So, not saying that we could have rigged it. No. Not saying that we should, but I'm just saying that there's some Pasadena-based businesses here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, are there any objections? No. Okay, thank you. That completes the consent calendar. Next
is item 18, I believe, which one are you guys here for? Surgic, which one are you guys here for? 19. We're on 18?
Just for efficiency, unless there's the necessity of
not one of our accountants.
a formal report, Mayor, I'm prepared, once we've completed public comment, if there is any, to offer the staff recommendation.
On number 18.
Correct.
I will second that. Okay.
There are no public comments on number 18. So Mr. Cole offered and Mr. Hampton seconded this to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay.
With the guardrails that are in there.
Are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, the matter is approved. Now we'll bring in the 19.
Good
Mayor, excuse me,
presentation, Alex.
I'm going to vote no on this. I think I opposed this previously, so I'm going to.
Which one?
On 18.
18, okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Madison will be recorded as a no on 18.
Thank you.
On 19. Where are they? Like deja vu.
And we do have a speaker card on 19.
Should we just go to public comment on 19? I don't know if we need a full presentation on this.
We could, you want to go to public comment, Mayor?
Sure.
Humera?
Could I ask a question before we do that?
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Cole?
Mayor.
So this report is dated April 13th. My understanding was this went to the Public Safety Committee. Am I incorrect on that?
There's a cover memo.
There's a cover memo. In the agenda, it should be.
I don't appear to have one.
This is Philip Leclerc. It did not go to public safety. This contract originally came directly to council with some follow-up questions, and it's returning now for with those questions answered, which can be presented by Mr. Arzamonians.
And I would just note that the cover memo in my book is at the back of that item, not the front.
It's the last pages, rather.
So it's not a cover memo, it's an appendix.
It's part of the agenda report. Dated
In the
June
front.
8th.
Somebody may have moved it. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't appear to have it. I have correspondence, but I do not have that.
So.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is in the back. Yes, it is.
The very end.
Yeah, the very end. Okay.
All the way. Yeah. The very end. It's the last one, yes.
My apologies for the order it went in. It was there, though.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
So it went to Ed Tech. Okay.
This is the Motorola.
So, and
Do we want to take public comment while you review the?
yeah, so where is the memo on item 19 if this is item 20?
Item 19 is the Motorola, and the one I'm looking at from Surgic is related to Motorola.
Yeah, there's
So
a cover memo on
memorandum,
both.
the so-called cover memo, which is included at the back of 19,
Mm-hmm.
is titled Proposed Contract with Carasoft.
So the cover memo for 19 is at the back of item 18, it looks like.
It just makes me confused and we'll.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
I'm sorry.
But online, they're correctly posted online. The public.
All right, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Humera?
Okay, we're on 19, right? It's kind of hard.
Yes, we're on 19.
Checking. Okay, the central message of the June 8th Department of Information Technology report on the contract with Motorola is that the city cannot realistically move away from Motorola because it is part of the ICI system, which has a cumulative investment exceeding $230 million in Motorola infrastructure. The issue is not that Pasadena is part of an integrated system, but that the shared regional infrastructure is dependent on one company, Motorola. The high switching cost is by design. Motorola Solutions has for decades set up emergency radio networks that utilize specialized encryption and proprietary software protocols that force government entities to continue buying Motorola software to ensure system compatibility. Motorola has also encouraged cooperative purchasing contracts in order to avoid standard bidding processes. These cooperative contracts may speed up procurement processes, but they have also enabled Motorola to become the single vendor dominating public safety communications infrastructure, and it has facilitated the circumvention of fair market bidding. The contract under review by City Council today is just another example of that. Government officials ranging from city councils to federal agencies have been handing Motorola lucrative, non-competitive contracts for decades. As a result, cities like Pasadena now find themselves essentially locked into long-term, if not permanent, systems that are dependent on Motorola infrastructure. This has almost certainly been at the cost of the most efficient use of government dollars, because contracts tied to a monopoly in an industry are never a good deal for the people signing the contracts. It has also enabled Motorola to continue acquiring more and more companies in order to dominate additional sectors. I urge City Council to commit to stop feeding the Motorola profit machine. In addition to a history of problematic business practices, such as providing communications equipment to apartheid South Africa.
Your time has expired.
Okay,
Thank you.
this doesn't have to be permanent, but it will continue. Please acknowledge that Motorola has
Your
a
time has
monopoly
expired.
and stop
Thank you, ma'am.
locking us into
Ma'am,
these systems
you.
for decades.
Thank you.
Thank
That completes public comment on item 19.
Okay, is there a motion? Do we need a presentation or is there a motion?
Don't need a presentation. Not much of a choice. I mean, everyone in the region uses Motorola, and I agree with the public commenter that it is a monopoly, but it's not a monopoly we're going to change in Pasadena today. So maybe a public safety, or maybe not even public safety, maybe a memo of how much would it actually cost the city of Pasadena to get out of using Motorola, and then would it be compatible with other municipalities in our region? So, I mean, that's just good information to have, but ultimately Motorola has I was a shareholder. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
I just kind of.
I think ultimately it's.
No, I don't wish I was a shareholder, but
Ultimately, it's a discussion to be had by, at the level of the police chiefs and our Sheriff Luna. And I think it's a long-term play that we all have a vested interest in, because we are at the mercy of large corporate entities when it comes to communication systems like this and other regional tools that we use to communicate, not just these radios. And so, I think we put it in the hands of the chief and our city manager and say, let's start the discussion, how we work together going forward to get a little bit more competition when it comes to these citywide, countywide, and sometimes statewide communication systems.
What's the motion to approve the staff? I'll second.
With that caveat that we ask our chief to work with his colleagues countywide.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, is that agreeable? Okay. Mr. Madison? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, are there any objections? Okay. Mr. Cole abstains, otherwise the contract is approved. Thank you. And thank you for your work. Okay.
They're here for 20 as well.
Oh, okay. Next, we'll move on to item 20.
We had a pretty long discussion about this at EdTech, and it came out of EdTech with unanimous support. If there's public comment, maybe we just go straight to public comment.
We do have one speaker, Humera.
Ma'am, welcome back.
Yeah, I should just sit up front. I very much appreciated the conversation that went on at EdTech. I think there were a lot of good things that came out of that. So I do see some progress happening there. A couple of concerns I want to continue to raise is why are we buying from real resellers instead of the vendors themselves? I think that's a question that needs to be addressed. I also found it problematic that in the original contract, it was never spelled out who the actual vendor is. So we essentially would have been signing a contract with a reseller without knowing who the actual vendor was. And actually in the updated exact same version of the report, it still doesn't spell out who the vendor is. And I think that's significant. I also want to address the point number 2 from staff's response, stating that ICE-related work represents an extremely small fraction of the community's overall federal contract portfolio. That's from the report. However, it is the type of technology that Carasoft sells to DHS that matters, not the percent of ICE business in its federal portfolio. As a reminder, Carasoft Technologies sells surveillance technologies to DHS, and more broadly, the federal government. This technology is used not just to survey, track, and hunt down immigrants, but also to do the same to anyone that the federal government views unfavorably. That includes protesters, community defenders, women seeking reproductive health care, people seeking transgender care, and a list that grows daily. Anyone, including city council members, can get caught up in this surveillance. For example, Councilmember Cole's social media post expressing outrage at the urban warfare training exercises in Pasadena last week has almost certainly been flagged by Signal as anti-government, anti-Trump, and anti-American. And by the way, I very much commend Councilmember Cole for his outspokenness on this. So that is a problem. It's not the percent.
Your time has
Money.
expired.
It's the nature of the technology that Carasoft is selling to DHS. Thank you.
That completes public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Motion to move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the matter is approved unanimously. Thank you again.
We're going to move on to item 21, which is 21 and 22 are both continuing public hearings. So 21, I just need a motion to continue the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Are there any objections? No. Matters continued to June
15th at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
And then for 22, also being continued to June 15th at 6 p.m.
Moved by Mr. Masuda, seconded by Mr. Hampton. Any objections? Seeing none, matters continued to June 15th, 2026, 6 p.m.
All right.
Next, item 23.
Moving along to item 23, this is a TEFRA hearing. This is a public hearing pursuant to Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. This is for Meta Housing has asked that the California Municipal Financing Authority, the CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $50 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to, one, finance or refinance the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of Colorado Grand Oaks, a multifamily rental housing project located at 2155 to 2193 East Colorado Boulevard, Pasadena, California, and two, pays certain expenses incurred in connection with the issuance of the bonds. The California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA, is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities regarding the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and their bank. It is recommended the city council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bond by the CMFA for the borrower. Such adoption is solely the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and California Government Code Section 6500. So this is the time and place for this public hearing. On May 28th, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Weekly. There has been no correspondence received for this public hearing. We do not
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
have a public comment. That's correct. Hold on a second. This is
Moving
actually,
second.
sorry. 1 second. We do have one. 23. 23 is
Motion is withdrawn.
not withdrawn, just not acted on just yet. P.A. Brown.
Mr. Brown, welcome.
Trying to get through that quickly. My apologies. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just rise to support this proposed resolution. The issuance of the tax exempt bonds for this project represent a wise investment in Pasadena's future. As you know, this is a affordable housing project. We desperately need more affordable housing. And thank you in advance for your support for this.
This is yours. Yeah.
Thank you. Now,
And I don't see, one more second. Let me just refresh, just make sure I'm not missing anybody. I do not see any more public comment cards for item 23.
Now I'll move to.
Thank
the
you,
public
Mr.
hearing.
motion to close the
Councilmember
public
Ryan.
hearing. Seconded by Mr. Masuda. Are there any objections to closing the public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
I'll move it on the merits.
On the merits,
Mr. Hampton.
okay. Motion on the merits. Are there any objections? Seeing none, matter is approved. Thank you. Now we'll move to 24.
Mayor, out of abundance of caution, until we get an opinion from the FPPC, I'm going to recuse because I have a primary residence within the 1,000 feet boundary of Fuller. And so I know the requirement is 500, but we're still checking on the requirement for that since it's within 1,000 though. So out of abundance of caution, I'll recuse.
Okay.
Okay, I have another quick script to read, if you bear with me. Now is the time and place set for the public hearing to be conducted pursuant to Section 147 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to the financing by the California Enterprise Development Authority of its tax exempt revenue obligations in an amount not to exceed $22 million for the benefit of CGF Properties LLC, the sole member of which is Fuller Theological Seminary. The proceeds of the bonds will be used by CGF, Properties LLC to refinance an existing loan that the proceeds of which were used for acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of dormitory facilities located at 261, 271, 281, and 291 North Madison Avenue, Pasadena, California, 91101. In parentheses, the project. The city is conducting the hearing as an accommodation as required by the Internal Revenue Code, and the city does not bear any responsibility for the tax exempt status of the obligations, the repayment of the obligations, or any other matter related to the obligations. Members of the public are invited to comment with respect to the issuance of the obligations by the authority for the project. Is there anyone present who wishes? Well, I do not have speaker cards on this. Is there anyone who wishes to comment with respect to the issuance of the obligations? Okay. Not sure.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Well, I want to just announce out that we did publish the notice. 1 second. On June 1, 2026, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Star News. No correspondence was received by this for this item. It was moved to close the public hearing by Councilmember Hampton, seconded by Councilmember Lyon. Close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, public hearing is closed on the merits.
On the merits, motion on the merits.
Motion to approve on the merits, seconded by, made by Mr. Hampton, seconded by Mr. Masuda. Are there any?
Mr. Cole.
Oh, Mr. Cole. Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that matter is approved.
And that is 6 in favor with 2 absent. Unanimously approved. Mr. Jones is back.
Mr. Jones?
Okay.
This is now 25, 26.
This is 25.
25, thank you.
Related to 25, this is a continued public hearing. The correspondence that we received was from May 4th and May 11th, and that correspondence remains to be part of the record. It's already been reported out. I think we're turning to the city manager, man. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Hawksworth?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As they pull up the PowerPoint, I just wanted to thank the council for all the committee meetings during the month of May. I know we had a lot of meetings, a lot of good discussion about budget, the city's priorities, and so forth. So we wanted to circle back today to provide an update to the council on where we're at, what we heard, and how we have taken that to heart and built that into the budget. And then some areas where we'd be seeking council's direction if there are changes prior to what we hope is the adoption of the budget next week. And then if there is further direction that the council would like us to pursue in the coming weeks or into July and August, we're certainly going to tee some of those things up. So hopefully they have the PowerPoint presentation. I know. Council presentations? Who should I send it to? Sorry, I'm trying to get to it. All right. Well, I actually really need, we really need some direction. So I'm sending it right now. All right.
Why don't we go turn to the fire mitigation plan while we,
The hazard mitigation plan.
hazard mitigation plan, thank you. Chief, welcome.
It was sent. But we're happy to, I can,
Chief, just a point of information. Is my memory correct that we approved this and you were to come back with some additional information?
that's correct.
And that's why there's no report?
There is a PowerPoint update.
Right, but not in our packet.
But not in the packet. It was just as an information item.
Fair enough. In the future, it's helpful to at least say that, we'll make a presentation at council or to include that.
Fair. I'm happy to kick it off and
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and kick it off while we get the presentation?
sounds great. Good evening, Mayor.
Here we go.
There it is.
Excellent. Waiting for Naomi. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire. With me tonight, I have members of my team. We're here to provide an update on our local hazard mitigation plan. And Councilmember Cole, specifically to your question, we did pass our local hazard mitigation plan a few months back. And you asked specifically for us to come back. You wanted to make sure that this was not just a rubber stamped event. And while my message to you is, while the plan is a snapshot in time, there's truly never a finish line on our local hazard mitigation plan. Our goal is constant improvement. And the constant improvement goal is both externally and internally focused. Externally, we continue our efforts towards ensuring our community is prepared as possible for the next potential large-scale disaster. And internally, we work to ensure our city workforce is equipped with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to assist our community during that large-scale emergency. The work truly never ends, as there will always be opportunities for improvement. The overarching goal is to ensure Pasadena is the safest and most prepared city in the world. Now I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Tim Sell, who's going to provide a more detailed update. And we can do two things. We can go through the PowerPoint, or we could just answer any specific questions you might have.
I'm comfortable with either, and I know it's a long and complicated meeting, especially when we talk to the budget. But my concern, which is why I asked to bring it back, is twofold. One, the specifics. My biggest specific concern is that we have 3 fire stations that we don't believe would survive a major earthquake. Is that correct?
We currently have 2 now. Your message a few months ago was spot on. It was 3. We recently finished a fire station remodel on Fire Station 38 in Linda Vista. It now meets seismic standards, but we still have 2 fire stations, Station 33 on North Lake and 37 on East Foothill, that need to be honest, need to be torn down and completely remodeled.
And that's a tens of millions of dollars.
That is correct.
So as a general, and the second point is simply that we're good in Pasadena at making plans, and this is a good plan. And I'm happy that we have put this together. It's a requirement of state law. What I think is important is to keep it top of mind, not just for our professionals, but there are 2,400 people who work for the city, all of whom, as we saw a year and a half ago, are standing by for becoming disaster service workers, whether in the regular line of work, as Mr. Hampton eloquently described, the folks who were up in the bucket trucks in 100-mile winds trying to keep the power on, but also those who had to staff our emergency shelter and the convention center. And so to be prepared is critical, and the hazard mitigation plan lays out all of the various hazards, and the predictable is preventable. This lays out the predictable. So my hope is that we not simply view this as, well, we approved the plan, but rather how are we staying on top of making sure that we're implementing our plans and that we're maximally prepared for both the acute crises of something like a major earthquake, which has happened a couple times in my lifetime, and seismologists say we're overdue for. And then the chronic ones, which is climate change, where extreme heat and drought and other hazards pose a direct threat to our ability to supply water, for example, to our residents. So my main question is, how are we doing on implementing the plan? What are the mechanisms for implementing the plan, and what is the citywide effort, not just the fire departments, but what's the citywide effort to continue to keep this top of mind? Because it is very easy to back burner this until we lose 130 homes, and then everyone says, oh, wait a minute, maybe we need to pay attention to this. I'd rather be ahead of the game than behind the 8 ball.
Councilmember Cole, I agree with you and follow Gordon Graham, predictable is preventable. And that's why we're so lucky to have Naomi Procopio. There's not a day that goes by that she's not working to make our community safer internally and externally. She's right in the, which I'll defer to her in just a sec, but right in the middle of a multiple week effort of training in citywide staff as part of our EOP, so that we'll be better prepared for each of them in their functions as EOC members. So happy to turn it over to Naomi to talk on that. But you have my assurance in generality that there's not a day that goes by that this is on the back burner.
Again, I'm not so much worried about the fire department. But we
Citywide.
have 12 departments and every one of them will have a role in depending upon the nature of the emergency.
Yeah, and I can definitely speak on that. What the chief is alluding to is we brought a operational area-wide training to Pasadena. It's starting in July, and that is actually designed for non-emergency personnel. So with our EOC and staff in mind, to actually take part in this EOC Academy, which in 6 weeks basically brings them up to where they need to be from either little to no training, to actually have something where they actually can step into the EOC regardless of the role and start an EOC even if I'm not in the room. So far, we have about 15 people that have signed up, which is our key roles. So our section chiefs basically in the EOC, and those are all comprised of staff members that are beyond the fire service.
You held a training in my district at the Jefferson School for citizens. What's the status of having a much broader reach, not a one-off, but a continual effort in our 140,000 citizens to have, and not just on its own, but because it's been the experience, I think, here in Pasadena and in other communities, that if you just stand up a neighborhood watch, when the burglaries stop, neighborhood watch withers away. If you just stand up, remind me the initials for the CERT training. If you just stand up CERT training, a year goes by, there hasn't been an earthquake, there hasn't been a fire, people stop paying attention. Only ongoing efforts that combine neighborhood watch, CERT, and the other things that people care about in their neighborhoods. So what's the status of really going deep into the community with disaster preparedness? So as happened tragically in Altadena, if our systems fail, that the citizens can step up. That could have saved 19 lives in Altadena. Not our responsibility, but had that happened in Pasadena, we need to be ready for our citizens to step up because we don't have enough police and fire to in a disaster, especially if 2 of our fire stations are wiped out.
Councilmember Cole, I'll take that in generally and then turn it over to Haley. As you know, we measure everything with KPIs. We do a full formal CERT training quarterly, and we do more than monthly Prepared Pasadena with a goal this year of training 500 Pasadena residents. And we're confident that as we train 500 residents, they will train their loved ones and everybody in their house and their neighbors and get them excited about additional training. Just even today, Naomi was doing a teen CERT program. So we're not just looking at adults. She's really expanding the reach. I'll turn it over to Naomi.
That's really heartening.
I wanted to brag on her a little bit, Chief, before. Exactly. It's hitting them at the teen. It's getting out to the schools at literally, all the town halls that are there. We're trying to have a prevention piece. We're trying to coordinate with our PD partners, our water and power partners, anybody that has a piece of this. It's down to one of the original recommendations after we brought this plan forward the first time was an executive summary, right? The public is probably not going to read a 200 to 300 page study. And if they do, our hats off to them. But how do we provide them a piece that they can understand? It's providing when we're out there at these town halls, at these community meetings, what a go bag is. To your point, Councilmember Cole, that in the event that's another major incident would happen, that they would be able to save themselves or be better prepared.
Last question, Mayor. Where are we on the two stations that are seismically unsafe? We scrambled, we closed down the library because we didn't want civilians to be injured in an earthquake. But we have two seismically unsafe fire stations. What's the status of our efforts to remediate that?
Chief?
Especially since that's part of one of the 5 council priorities that we set last December.
Councilmember Cole, as you're aware, post Eaton Fire, I came back with a long-term plan recommendations on what we need to do to be even better prepared for the next disaster, and I laid that out over a 10-year plan. And that included rebuilding those 2 fire stations, as well as adding a 9th fire station so that we continue to improve on our service delivery and address all the other risks, as well as an aging population. I think Interim City Manager Matt Hawksworth will be prepared to discuss some potential options. But if you're asking me, we need to be moving forward actively with a funding plan on how we do that.
Right, and as I will share in the operating budget that we were a bit delayed on talking about, one of the things that we have been working on certainly is revenue opportunities and ways to generate new revenue, and fire just finished, and it's before the council on a different agenda item tonight, is full cost recovery of fire inspection fees, which is great because I think in total that's about $1.5 million a year that we are currently subsidizing through other funds that we'll be able to fully recoup. So our goal, certainly on the revenue side, is to do full cost recovery that hopefully balances the budget, and we can generate some fungible money to do the priorities that the council has set forth. The other real conversation, which I think the council, the community, and we will have to have in the coming days, months, and potentially years, is consider, are there other funding streams that we should look at through ballot measures or other opportunities to fund capital like we did for the Central Library, and see what the community may or may not support for those kind of things. So I think we'll have to approach it with a variety of options to achieve all the things in the fire's 10-year plan, and not just the fire stations. But I think their plan is an additional fire station and bringing some other apparatus on board. So it's a significant investment.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to my colleague for his line of questions. I just wanted to give Nayeli her credit. I think she's been very involved in at least District 3. You've met with the neighborhood associations. You've hosted meetings with them, to the fact that they've requested more. And obviously, I think it's a funding issue, right? I think the residents, at least that I represent, want more training and more CERT training. And then also, I am very appreciative of you trying to meet the residents where they're at. I know you're working on Spanish courses, and also working with, in which we've called to you about seniors and caregivers as well, and giving them their training. And again, that's always like a funding issue and funding resource, but I greatly appreciate the work you've been doing in District 3.
If I could just add to that, part of this work isn't just kind of waiting around for the funding to come through. One of the things that we are kind of moving for, and thanks to both chiefs, or to all 3 chiefs for their support, is we're supplementing some of what I do in terms of training with some of our fire prevention staff that have the interest in public education. And that's a great add from both a fire reduction, but also just in general preparedness. And then we have 2 really passionate community members that have really volunteered to have the training necessary to become CERT instructors, because that is something that we can do now while we sort everything else out and everything lines up.
Mr. Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think we've got a great plan, and absolutely we need to rehabilitate, reconstruct the 2 stations. But it wasn't that long ago, the list was much longer. I know in my district, all three of the fire stations in my district have undergone rehab. So I think the department's well aware of the need to improve infrastructure. Was it all eight that were in need at one point, or was it something just shy of that?
Councilmember Madison, when I got here 5 years ago, we had 5, with one being getting a light remodel that did not include seismic. And then it was down to 4, and then 3, and then 2. And the 2 that are outstanding, the need is so large. The recommendation has just been a complete tear down.
Yeah. And I'd be derelict if I didn't point out that absolutely training folks and preparing because no amount of resources would be enough in that moment that we each wouldn't have to assume some responsibility for ourselves and our families. But to compare it to Altadena, I think does a real disservice to our public safety personnel. In Altadena, for whatever reason, the county didn't push notifications out, didn't protect the residents. Our personnel were going up into the county to do that, as we would anytime that situation presented itself. So it wasn't just a case of not having a good plan at the county or not the residents not being trained. It was a complete dereliction of duty on the part of the county public safety, regrettably, for reasons that I don't know we fully understand yet. But we very definitely didn't have that problem here, and I'm super grateful to you. Thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
I'm going to be very brief, and I agree. Our fire department does an amazing job, and and as well as Ieli, thank you so much for all the work that you do across our whole entire city. I did have a question as it relates to CERT training. Are there, for some, as Councilmember Jones mentioned, you meet the residents where they're at. And I'm glad to hear that you're doing a lot of work with the youth. That's important because I think if we get them young, then they understand and we build a community around that. Are there video trainings that residents could like just get online and say, you know what, I'm not organizing all of my neighbors right now, but I really want to know more about this in case of emergency. I'll be prepared myself. Because not every neighborhood is completely organized.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually in your district doing the Teen Cert at NATHA. That's a really great partnership with them. So what we've been trying to do, and you're kind of going into doing the sneak peek of like the playbook for September, is now we're trying to do PSAs, videos for just specifically our residents. There are formal trainings that are put out by FEMA and the state. The FEMA side is a little unpredictable at the moment, but the state does have some online training. It is a little bit dense, and so what we're trying to do with our version of it is really get down to what they need to know. CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team, is a huge time commitment. It is 21 hours that our residents spend with us. And that's why we also created Prepared Pasadena. And I've had residents that show up and just, show up throughout the lecture and kind of skip out on the hands-on skills. And that's still about 2 hours of general preparedness that they just can take home just for their neighbors. Even with CERT, I always tell people, you'll learn what your stopgap is. And that's okay if it ends in your household, because that's still one household we don't have to worry about.
All right. Well, thank you.
We do have a speaker card on this item. Yeah, if you're ready for that.
Any other comments? So it's 37 and 33 that are in that are needed of a rebuild. 37 is on
East Foothill?
I'm sorry, East Foothill.
By Kaiser?
And 33s is on North Lake. One of the concepts that I'd like us to think through, and I've raised it before, even before your time, Chief, is combining some of our local needs with the renovation or rebuild of some of our fire stations. 33s, for example, would be prime for an East Coast or European model of a firehouse with housing above it to defray some of the costs. I can imagine having a fire station that includes senior housing, for example, that includes some level of affordability for seniors, or even partnering with some of the senior housing providers to offset the cost of the fire station infrastructure and relieve the rest of the city of having to come up with the dollars for that. And so I'd like us to pursue that concept. It's very common in Europe and Latin America, as well as on the East Coast, but we simply haven't, it's not a concept that's taken root that I've seen in California or anywhere on the West Coast. And I think it's time to borrow that concept. And so, having discussions with our housing department, some of our housing developers to do that, I think would put us in a stronger position to fund the actual fire infrastructure that we need.
Mayor, you're spot on. And as we also in that plan is a recommendation to add a 9th fire station within 10 years. And as we all know, there's not a lot of vacant lots. And that has definitely been a discussion topic of how can we do some sort of an infill project and have a fire station on the bottom with business or housing.
That's right. And so having the standalone fire station, I think, is a concept of the past. I think, given the needs for housing, given the needs for continued revenues to sustain the fire infrastructure, that's a model that we can look to. So, Mr. Jones?
Oh, Mayor, I just wanted to add I think that's a great idea, and I would definitely support looking into that. I've seen those models like around the, what are the words I'm looking for? Not around the country, beyond in other countries.
East Coast.
Yeah, East Coast. And so I would support us looking into that, especially like senior housing and affordable housing at the top. So thank you.
Okay. Public comment?
Yadi?
I'm sure you read my comment about the Tournament of Roses issue, but I just want to say that I really appreciate this, longer discussion about all of these other potential hazards that we can have in the city, especially since y'all seem to talk so much about public safety and use it as a rationale for acquiring so much military equipment and surveillance technologies. But, there are other hazards that the city that needs to be addressed. So I really appreciate this.
Thank you. And there was one letter submitted advocating for the local hazard mitigation plan to include a review process and a broader community engagement. That letter was distributed to the council, posted online as part of the record for this item.
Thank you. Chief, back to 33's, Station 33 on North Lake. At one point when I served as the District 5 council representative, I don't know if you were here as our fire chief yet, but we had, it seems hard to believe that you were not always our fire chief. You do such a great job. But at one point we had discussions with the church on the corner of, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the street, to the north. So there's the Hat, there's Station 33, Santa Barbara, and then there's the church at Santa Barbara. There's an empty lot, a parking lot that runs behind the church and the fire station that we considered incorporating into a joint project. And the church was very interested. I do think we ought to have some conversations with the church. The Hat, it'd be great to entice the Hat into a redevelopment project. But I just don't know the level of interest, but we certainly should have that discussion. There's a lot of unused land, as you know, behind the fire station. And I think a lot of opportunities, some of it owned by the church. So I think that's something we ought to move on right away.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you.
And I'm happy to ask Fania to put you in touch with the people with whom we were in touch at the time. Okay,
Receive and file.
so this is a receive and file. So is there a motion to receive and file?
By consensus.
So moved and seconded, Mr. Cole, followed, seconded by Mr. Hampton. Objections, seeing none, matters approved. Thank you, Chief, and thank you all to all our firefighters and in fairness to our police officers who work in partnership with our fire department on so many of these emergencies. Okay.
I believe we're back to item 25, the operating budget. I think the PowerPoint's there.
Thank you. We'll just jump right in. So we wanted to talk this evening a little bit about revenue opportunities, talk about the enhancements that were proposed and what's being proposed to fund, and then talk about potential reductions, how to provide services differently, options for approach that can be immediate or in the following weeks and months. So we just wanted to give a little update to the council. Our video utility users tax is underway, as the council will consider later on this evening. The fire department did a full cost of service study for fire inspection fees, off-street parking, parks, recreation, and community services has been evaluating programs and field usage costs, and then merchant fee credit card charges. So I would just put a note here that at this point, we're not proposing to use any of these funds in the current budget adoption. We want to see that, one, they come to fruition, and two, how they materialize. But we believe that this should certainly bring us some opportunities as we move into next fiscal year. Other projects that we are going to continue to work on are other full cost recovery services. Our finance director has been working with planning to talk about planning and construction related fees in the future. Animal licensing, we had some initial conversations with Pasadena Humane about that as part of the contract negotiations, and then continuing to look at parks and public works along with other things. So one of the things that we brought to the council before in the past is talking about all the various different types of revenue types, tax types and things. And while I do have slides about each one, I wasn't going to spend time going into each one. I think most of you are familiar with all the various types. But I did think that this was important, and we worked with our finance director, Karen, to put some estimates in terms of dollars about what these means, because we talk about different taxes and what they might mean, but we don't necessarily talk about the funding that they will raise. And I think that that's important. So we've talked about payment in lieu of taxes. Those are negotiated through developer agreements. Historically, we haven't done a lot of developer agreements to get developments done, but that's certainly an avenue that we could pursue, especially for projects that may be tax exempt from property tax, but we do want them to pay some fees. That's a popular way of going about that. Something that came up, I believe the mayor, when we kicked off the budget, talked about his budget advisory group. One of the topics that came up from that group is electronic billboards along freeways. And while I realize that we don't allow billboards along freeways,
or billboards, period.
Or billboards, period, correct. Is that they do generate material amounts of revenue. So I would say, based on some preliminary research, they start at $250,000 a year and could generate upwards of $1 million a year in the right location with the right advertising. One of the other things that came up quite a bit in conversations with various groups is paid parking in the Arroyo. It is a regional draw for people and users, and so the idea of paying to use that would, of course, be incredibly challenging, because we'd also need to protect the neighborhoods so that we don't push parking up into the neighborhoods and other issues. But there's probably some balance that we could pursue. Use tax, also known as the sales tax, similar to Measure I. Under current legislation, there's a 0.25% left, and each 0.25% in Pasadena generates about $11 million. A parcel tax could be crafted in a number of different ways. You have to do some analysis to find out the benefit and how a parcel tax would work. You could do it based on parcel size, parcel type, development of the parcel, use of the parcel, and whatnot. But the reality is the parcel tax, there's no statutory limit on the amount that could be generated. It's really whatever limit that voters would support and how they would support. So we just identified that as could be 20 plus million. Benefit districts are somewhat similar to a parcel tax in that you'd have to do a study and identify parcels and then what the benefit is to those parcels. We have to do an assessment study. One of the unique things about a benefit district is it doesn't have to follow a traditional election cycle. You could do it on a different election cycle. And again, based on the benefit district, it could generate upwards of $20 million a year. I would just note that there's a lot of state law around benefit districts. And so a benefit district would probably apply best to the priorities around street infrastructure and the fire department, because there's some specific allowances in benefit district law for those categories. A real property transfer tax that's been talked a lot. There are other cities that have done this. You've heard like the mansion tax or things like that that cities have implemented. One of the things is that we expect that there will be an item on the ballot in November that will, if approved, would eliminate our ability to implement a transfer tax and would invalidate all existing transfer taxes. So while we could pursue that, there would certainly be a risk because there'd be a competing ballot in November. A parking tax would be like transient occupancy or the TOT, but assessed on parking spaces. And generally, parking taxes in other cities are applicable to any paid parking. So that includes parking garages, paid parking at schools, other entertainment venues, and things like that. So these are some figures that we took. We do have a business tax. Our business tax is largely based on the number of employees, which is sort of, well, not sort of, it is an antiquated way to assess a business tax in the modern era and remote working. So cities that have a gross receipts type business tax, even with a cap, can generate significant amounts of revenue. One of the things that I know EdTech, I think, is taking up in the very near future is a vacancy tax, and you could look at retail and or just vacant property or not appropriately used property that's been sitting vacant for a long time. And then we could look at other development impact fees. We do have development impact fees for parks and transportation and things, but there are other ways to implement development impact fees around infrastructure, public safety, and things like that. So definitely some opportunities. And these are things that we would certainly be interested in hearing from the council if there are specific ones that the council would like us to dive in further or consider. We certainly want to hear from the council on those topics. So I'm going to fast through all these individual slides and get to the enhancements. So the good news is on the port side, I know that when we originally presented the budget, the port team had a lot of unfunded amounts still. I'm pleased to be able to report tonight that the port team, including the firefighters and $227,000 in motel vouchers, is now being proposed in the budget as being fully funded using grant funds through the housing department. That's something that we mentioned early that we were committed to working on, and so I'm glad that we were able to achieve that. And then community engagement, the Promotores program through public health. This program had lost a lot of its public health funding, and so we've been reimagining how we could do communications because they do a lot of communications in the community. They're knocking on doors, they're sitting with people, they're meeting them where they are at. And so in working with our departments, water and power, transportation, rent stabilization, we're even talking to some other departments still. But they have programs and projects in the current work plan where they feel confident that they can fully fund this group through the fiscal year. So that should improve our communication strategy, keep things in-house with people that know Pasadena, that are local to Pasadena. And then the enhancement requests that aren't yet funded, but we're certainly recommending to fund is the health officer from 3/4 time to full time and the community service rep 3 for long-term care facility support. When public health presented to their subcommittee, it certainly came across that there was support to include these two items or these two positions in the funding. And then we are including the recommendation to fund parking enforcement ramp-up costs of about $600,000 over the next potentially 2 fiscal years to bring all of the parking enforcement services in-house and eliminate that as a contracted service. So we do believe long-term that will be at minimum a cost-neutral program, but the upfront cost is something that we'd need to bore while they're getting up to speed. So when we presented the original proposed budget, we showed that there was about 1.2 million. And so the two things that I just shared would come off of that 1.2 million. Since that time, staff, largely through Karen and Vic, our city treasurer, have been reviewing some opportunities around our debt and identified $1,780,000 of debt service reserves that we could release based on current debt service obligations versus the amount in the reserve. And so if we add the 1.2 to, let's just say, the 1.8, and we back out the public health two positions, and we back out the Department of Transportation item, that leaves about $2 million. And so my recommendation to the council is that we would set aside or reserve that $2 million as our first step in funding a year-round shelter. I would just also note that we hope to be coming back to the council in coming months. Is there some other debt that's a bit more complicated, but we're also working on those debt reserves that we think might also allow another $3 million of one-time money in the next couple months, which we could also allocate towards any of the priorities. So I know staff received a lot of criticism, rightfully so. We heard the frustration that the year-round shelter was not in the work plan. I did ask staff and challenge them to bring back a work plan that can and should be included in our fiscal year 27 budget. And so we just put on this PowerPoint slide here that this is some of the things that we talked through in the last couple weeks. And so our goal in talking to Jennifer Page, our acting assistant city manager, is to create the year-round shelter as a standing item on the HHPC, and we work through this. And some months it might be a very small update. Some months it might be a robust discussion to really dig into some of these things. But we think that all of these things, talking about population served, size, type of shelter, locations, all of these things are things that we need to start doing. And then most importantly, at the bottom, a target date for opening that for our residents and unhoused. So that's this is just something that we wanted to convey that we're definitely working on. The other enhancements have not gone away. I know that a lot of the departments talked about the need as they were presenting. We still have not identified funding for these things, but it doesn't mean that staff's not going to continue to present and talk about them. We heard earlier this evening about police. Police is going to continue to work on some of these technology projects through public safety. So in public safety and ultimately the council is comfortable, or if they're comfortable with supporting some of these, then they are in our enhancement plan to work forward. And so let's flip to the other side quickly. How could we identify additional other revenue? So we've been taking a look at all of our various funds and fund balances. And there are some fund balances. Again, this would be one-time money, and you have to be careful in using fund balance. Hate to use the term slippery slope, but if you use too much fund balance, you're going to pay for it later. But the library fund, there is some funding in the library fund. The library fund has typically been holding that money because we didn't know how much we'd have for the central library and the cost of getting the central library open and running again. But we could probably reduce some of our general fund transfer if the council wanted to reduce that a bit. The 311 or City Service Center Fund does have a bit of money in it, and we could probably reduce our general fund transfer to the City Service Center for 1 year. And the same thing with these next two things, the Computing and Communications Fund or postponed vehicle replacements. Just note that we did postpone vehicle replacements and the funding of that during the Great Recession, and it's still been challenging to properly fund that vehicle replacement fund again. So that's an example of something's not always one time, we pay for it later. We also talked about reductions to events or programs, and I'm sure I'm going to catch a lot of heat for this first bullet. Mr. Jones remind me of how many times he played in the turkey tussle. But we were asked to think about things that we fund that aren't part of our core mission and that may support other areas. And so we talked about the turkey tussle. because certainly that is a partnership with PUSD, but our general fund pays the majority of that amount to host that game every year. America Fest is something very different today than it was but a few years ago. And then we sponsor a lot of one-off nonprofit events, dinners, events, things where we buy a table and participate. And individually, those don't add up to a lot, but over the course of a year, it's real money. Reimagine communications funding and strategy. I mentioned earlier about bringing the promotores in-house. But we do a lot of communications. We have our at every public meeting that we have IT staff, we have KPAS staff supporting it. We have a lot of different agencies supporting it. And so one of the ideas is reimagining, how do we achieve all of those services? And is there ability to do that with one person or less person, or producing it differently? Maybe it's fixed cameras, maybe it's not actively edited meetings or things like that. And then getting out and using some of those resources to get out in the community and do things differently. And so we do think that there's an opportunity to improve communications while saving money. And then one of the other questions that came up is, should we evaluate our long-term leases and should we consider selling certain properties? The city owns a lot of property in town. We have partnerships or long-term leases with lots of nonprofits around town. With leases, as you probably know, that cover the spectrum in terms of cost to us versus revenue to us. We have some leases that we receive largely market rent on, and we have some leases where we don't really receive any rent, and we have a large obligation for annual maintenance costs. So should we consider changing those agreements? It would require both parties because generally those agreements are binding, but it's an opportunity. Operational changes to reduce overhead. So simple one, eliminate or hold vacant FTEs. Again, there's pros and cons to that. A lot of time when FTEs are vacant, it means that overtime is increased, or we're hiring temps or contracting out temporarily. So generally, I'd say that if we're going to eliminate positions, we've probably got to eliminate something that those positions are doing, which is challenging. The idea of reducing meetings, both internal and external, and trainings, that's the cost of hosting meetings and attending meetings is the theory behind there. Again, challenging, and that one might be penny wise and pound foolish, because we do want our staff to go to trainings and develop and learn things. The idea of hoteling and shared desk model for appropriate positions, but likely that would require increased remote work. And that's been sort of a mixed bag in how that's felt, because a lot of our positions have to be here all the time. Our job is in the community, and it's important for us to be in the community. But there may be some positions that are appropriate for increased remote work. Another idea that was brought up was an alternate work schedule model, such as a 4-10 and closing every Friday. My experience is that saves money only if you really close. If you're really close to the public, but people come in to work overtime and the lights are still on and the air conditioner is still running, you're not really saving money. So it's got to be a hard close for things like community centers, facilities, city hall, whatever it might be, whatever building you're closing, it needs to be closed if you're really going to save money. Mandating centralized print management. Again, we haven't really quantified that, but it's an opportunity. And then the last one, the idea that we could direct, or the council could ask us to go back and require each department bring back a percentage for a reduction of cost. That's simple to say. It's hard to do because staff's way that they'll get to 1% will be very different. And they'll generally pick stuff that they know are sacred cows so that you won't want to cut them. So just asking for percentage cuts is a challenging activity. And then we thought we'd share what some other cities are doing. We're not the only city challenged with balancing a budget. And so we looked at some other cities, and some cities are reducing or eliminating after-school program duplication. One of the cities we looked at, they have a police activities league, a parks program, a school district program, and then non-government organizations. So they have 4 different groups offering after-school programs. And so they're looking at consolidating that. There's another city that they contract out for ambulance service, and they're reducing a couple of their ambulances to 12 hours instead of 24-hour shifts, and they're focusing on the busiest times of certain days. Again, not something we have ever considered, but something cities are doing. Some cities have dissolved commissions. They have reduced service hours, as I mentioned earlier, of their city hall, libraries, and community centers. And then something that I mentioned earlier, parking and recreation, they've reduced areas of free parking and recreation. So some of these things are beyond what we have suggested considering, and some of them are in line with what we've talked about considering. And the last thing is just to talk about funding approaches for our top priorities. So the full build of the fire department was about 200 million. Roadways and getting it up to where we want in terms of PCI was about 125 million. The year-round shelter, the initial estimate was about 10 million in capital and 2 to 4 million annually. And then the economic development strategic plan with placemaking is about 25 million. And I'm happy to say, in terms of the economic strategic plan, one of the things we'll be bringing back next week is the consideration of an enhanced infrastructure financing district. And that is going to be, I think, a really effective tool for several of our commercial and future development of the 710 stub that could bring us some results. So with that, that's a lot that we shared. We'd love to get some input, thoughts, comments from the council that would help shape any decisions that we need to make before next Monday, so we can bring a final budget that we hope encompasses what the council would like to see.
Thank you, Mr. Kolb.
Mr. Hawksworth, I'm really appreciative of this report, and you're right, it's a lot, and I don't think me or my colleagues are going to have an opportunity to weigh in on each and every single point tonight, and certainly I won't. But I want to say how much I appreciate you seizing the initiative here and bringing to us a serious approach to rethinking. I would say that one thing that I've noticed in the year and a half that I've served on the council is that we are used to, and I understand this impulse, we are used to in this city always buying what we think is the best, whether it's the best in terms of quality, whether it's the best in terms of reputation, whether it's the best in terms of convenience to us. We are, I mean, today we approved on the consent calendar $45 million worth of contracts, 6 million and change on the old business, over $50 million. And the idea that if we save 1% on those, right, that's $500,000. I don't think we have the mentality of thinking through that there are some places where we can economize and we don't always have to buy the top of the line. And I think that's a general thought that it is better than canceling the turkey tussle. And so I would hope that we would build a different culture that would be focused, that there are some things where paying the extra dollar makes sense. And there are some cases where paying the extra dollar is really doesn't make any sense. If you always shop at Crate and Barrel and never go to Target, you're going to have nice things. But sometimes you don't need the Crate and Barrel version of, the $24 ladle for your kitchen. And sometimes you can go with the $3.99 version. That's I hope what you and your successor in that chair, as well as our finance department and the executive team, will begin to think that our resources are limited. I also think all of these things probably should get further discussion, and I am reluctant to commit one-time dollars and every last dollar of ongoing funding by next Monday. I think that to the extent that we need a core budget adopted by next Monday, let's go with the core budget. And let's save some of these dollars for these last programs. So into July and August. So we have time to really think these things through. I'm also concerned, this is the last comment I'll make. I'm also concerned about, we have an opportunity to go to the ballot only every 2 years in the primary and then in the general. And I don't think we've laid the framework for going to the ballot in November of this year, which means we have to wait a year and a half to think about even something as sensible as a parking tax, right? I think that's relatively non-controversial, but obviously there'll be people who will squawk and say, what, this is going to affect me or my business or my property. But I think it's too bad that we're at this stage, no fault of yours, sir, that we're at this stage and we really missed the opportunity to even debate a meaningful revenue increase that has to go to the ballot box. So with that, I again want to thank you, Mr. Hawksworth, for a meaningful and substantive response to the concerns we've expressed.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Hampton?
I'm gonna keep my comments brief, and I appreciate Councilmember Cole, and I really appreciate this presentation today. City Manager Hawksworth, all these extra titles. We're just gonna call you city. We're gonna call you city manager today. I thank you and your whole entire team and throughout the whole entire process to go around and hear from all the departments and also to hear their accomplishments throughout the year. I think the community as a whole appreciated those discussions. I am very supportive of the year-round shelter, so I just wanted to, drop that caveat there, and I'm going to try to keep these very brief. As far as you brought up in, I think it was slide 14, where you brought up the idea of, not funding some of our community events. And I'm not saying this because I went to John Muir High School, but that's definitely a community event that holds a whole community together, no matter if you went to John Muir or PHS. There's so many people that go to the turkey tussle that are just like, wow, this is kind of a cool, it's not kind of, it's a very cool rivalry. And to not support that again, or the America Fest, right? Those are two things that really build community and bring community together. So, but I assume that there are some other things that maybe we could look at. Then as far as our partnership with PUSD, we have an amazing partnership with, I think we have a good relationship with PUSD. And PUSD has $1 billion. I think that there may be opportunities for projects that we may be interested in funding that are going to be close or near a PUSD site that were maybe the dollars are transferable in some sort of way, or we can, support one another with some of our programs, similar to what we did with their basketball courts, their recreational courts on their school sites. Then also we give, our partnership with PUSD where we remit a part of our sales tax back to PUSD. So not suggesting, but I think that there's more conversation there because of the ability that they have at this point with the bond that they have passed to be even more so a partner with the city. And I see us as sister brother or sister brother, however people want to see it. But I think that we're missing just a little bit more connection there. And so I do appreciate this presentation, and I'm glad that you did put a lot of stuff on the table and a lot of things that we should think about, as far as you mentioned, no slippery slopes, but there are fund balances that maybe we don't need to keep, or maybe there's a position that will never get filled. And so those are my comments. I appreciate this presentation though today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Ms. Rivas, followed by Mr. Lyon, then Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Matt and Karen and all staff. I think this budget cycle, this is my 6th one going through it, and it has felt qualitatively different from the beginning, starting with the workshop in December, the committee meetings, and then this presentation night was incredible. Thank you so much for really being responsive to all the different discussions you heard and picking up on the different threads that we've been having across committee meetings and through council meetings. I just appreciate how responsive staff has been to where the council is right now. It's just different than how it's been before. I feel like in past years, it's been like, here's a budget, we ask some questions, no changes are made, and then maybe a councilman will try to sneak something in at the end. No, not casting aspersions towards anyone, but that's basically, what happens. We'll get one or two little minor changes at the end. So this is great. I just want to thank staff. This has been a really great qualitative change that I hope we see continue moving forward. I'm supportive of the proposed changes or the proposed the 1 to 2 million that we're trying to allocate. I think it's great that we are finding a way to start building funding for a year-round shelter. We knew when we put that in our wish list, our top 5 priorities, that was a big long-term project. And I was not expecting us to be able to find a way to start funding it this soon. So I'm incredibly grateful to staff for figuring out a way to start working towards that very important project. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas, Mr. Lyon,
Thank
followed
you,
by
Mayor.
Mr. Jones, then Mr. Madison, and Mr.
Well,
Masuda.
I'm going to echo my colleagues, and I'm often opposed to echoing my colleagues, but I think it's really important to say this presentation was substantively and qualitatively different than any I remember having on the budget before. I really appreciate the candor and the creativity and the lack of fear of touching on potentially sacred cows, because that's the conversation we need to have. We need to touch on all those things. I do want to go back one last time for as much for the benefit of the people listening as for this. And you and I have had this conversation privately. I think all of us have had this conversation privately, but I was disappointed when we got the budget and it felt like it didn't meaningfully address any of the priorities to start. And I want to express my gratitude for we've made huge changes over the past 2 months, having expressed that disappointment. And the last thing that we got on board for was the shelter conversation, the last thing sort of staff really took on. But you're now asking all the right questions. And those are the conversations that we need to be having for the next couple of years. Like, what does this look like? Who's the population? How do we make that work for a population? Is it congregate? Is it separate? Those are really important conversations. I want to put in a plug for making sure that our commissions are engaged in that conversation, particularly human services. Right now, it happens to have a chair and a vice chair who both work in this service industry and have a lot to say, as well as partnering with our nonprofit partners. So just making sure they're all in the conversation. I am a big proponent of cost recovery. It doesn't always make sense, and some of the cost is covered just by the general cost of doing business and the tax of the city. But for particular services to a particular individual, we should be recovering as much of the cost as we can. And I want to talk about that when we get to fire. I want to really commend you again. I said this once, but for not having sacred cows. So Turkey Tussle is a great example. What we need to be doing with those things is a cost benefit analysis. It's a relatively small cost for a very big community benefit there. And arguably, that's a thing that would get funded somewhere else if we didn't fund it. And we need to be willing to have that conversation without presuming a conclusion or jumping ahead of the conversation and deciding how it comes out. But there are no sacred cows. Everything should be on the table. When we're talking about cuts, services should be the sort of last thing to go. So it's the background costs that we need to try to work on cutting. And if it means some of our work is less convenient, like I don't know if getting rid of the printers on everyone's desk is a big money saver for us, but that's the kind of stuff we should be thinking about before we're thinking about cutting direct services to people. And lastly, and then I'm done, we really, really do have to look at duplication of services. We don't need to be providing every service that exists in the world if it's being provided somewhere else. We do need to be there as a backstop. But if a service is being provided 4 times over, that's probably not efficient or useful even for the people engaged in the service. So I really encourage that kind of thinking in those cuts. But I'm so encouraged by this process. I'm looking forward to the whole next year of our conversation and doing our fall workshop maybe a little bit earlier this year and continuing the conversation. So thank you. And I'm really supportive of setting aside the excess funds we have now, at least earmarked toward the shelter, and then we'll figure out as we go how that's going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Mr. Madison Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Madison, then Mr. Masuda.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Matt, to you and your team for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I liked the details of the presentation. And I guess moving forward, I'd like to see the potential cost savings for each of those recommended cuts that we dig into. I assume we'd have discussions on that. What's the deadline to get something on the November ballot?
I'll let Mark chime in, but it's basically the first Monday in August.
First Monday in August.
That would be the meeting where you could meet, but it's that Friday. I think it's August 7th. Is that Friday? That's the 88th day before the election. That's the deadline for you to get a ballot measure on. You could have a special meeting anytime during that week if you needed to.
Okay.
But that's the deadline is the 88th day, which is I think is August 7th. I don't have the calendar in front of me, but that's the Friday, the first week in August.
And then are you still interested in looking at putting like the fire measure on the November ballot?
Ultimately, that's a council decision in terms of what we believe the community would support. To Mr. Cole's point, this isn't something that we've been actively working on for 18 months and building towards. That being said, if the council is interested in pursuing that potential, we could spend earnest time over the next 2 months really talking about all of those things and what we're going to do so that the council can at least make an informed decision in late July or early August if you want to do something.
You would need that direction tonight or next week?
Every day sooner helps, but it could be next week. It could be 2 weeks from now. It just, if the council wants to discuss options and learn about options more, then we want to maximize the number of opportunities to do that.
Yeah.
But it could be anything. I mean, technically, the council doesn't have to have any meetings. It could just tell us on a meeting to go do this. I wouldn't recommend just doing that. I'd recommend having conversations about it, but
yeah. Okay. I see your point. I think we should have that discussion. And I'm glad to see the funding for Port for this year. I certainly appreciate that. And I definitely obviously support the year-round shelter. And I brought up some of those questions that were on your slide during the HHP meeting. And so I think we should have that further discussion about, who we're trying to serve, making sure we have services there. And then also, I'll reiterate it, is having a path to permanent supportive housing from there, moving into transitional housing and then PSH. And my colleague's not here, but sure, there are no sacred cows, I think, and cuts except the turkey tussle. So that would be that. Yeah, it's a turkey. Yeah. So thank you. I played in it. Yeah. Four
It's a
times.
sacred
I say
assault.
more
You
than once.
only can, in high school, you have a maximum opportunity to play in the turkey tussle 4 times. And I played in it 4 times. So that's
Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Matt and team. I really appreciate the presentation. I want to just drill down on a couple of things. I mean, my perspective is that we're in this for the long game, right? And we've weathered headwinds before. I was on this council in the early aughts when we had some big hiccups in the economy. And then late in that decade, we had an absolute recession. We've weathered COVID, which, how could one imagine that we would even still be standing after we essentially shut all activity down for the better part of 2 years, the fires last year. you know, this too shall pass. What I want to just try to understand in the brief time that I have is, first, what's the why here? I know that we talk a lot about this administration and cuts that the administration has made. Just looking at the budget documents, it's hard to see that, where that would be. I know in particular departments, it does exist, but it doesn't seem reflected. You know, our revenues go up year over year under our 5-year forecast. Our costs go up too, but as a services organization, where personnel are the majority of our, you know, overwhelming majority of our costs on the operating budget, in an inflationary economy, which again, this president has gifted us, it's not surprising that those costs. So what, is there something you can say about why, you know, if we were talking to a high school class or to the Rotary Club, like why are we facing these challenges?
Sure, I think it's a few things. I think that what you note is a fair point, that it's the economy is cyclical and the challenges are cyclical, and so some of these things are going to ebb and flow up and down, and in some cases we're certainly at the bottom part of that cycle. However, the bigger picture that I think when we look at this is that much of local government's revenue structures were crafted in a very different economy. And so it was an economy built in the 1950s and the 1960s and the 1970s. And we're still using those tax methodologies today. Historically, we always paved streets based on gallons of gas being sold. We're not selling as many gallons of gas anymore. And I don't think that's a sector of the economy that will ever come back. And so I think that one, while there's ebb and flows, some things have materially changed, and I'm not sure they're going to ever flow back in the same way. And so we either have to work with the state to change the funding methodology of how we fund streets, and they've talked about vehicle miles traveled and things like that, about registration, but some things have to materially change in our revenue structure to happen. Sales tax one, that is one that we've been able to get some changes in terms of taxing online sales, where just a few years ago there was very little tax on online sales. But that's an ever-growing change. There's a current, in the budget trailer bill this year, there's a proposal to start taxing software as a service with sales tax. So we need the sales tax code to continue to evolve and address the modern economy, so it's not just based on brick and mortar sales. Property taxes is probably one of the things that will come back. That's the one that certainly comes back in peaks and valleys. We had a number of really good years at 0%, where we saw tremendous growth in both the commercial and residential sector. And so now the commercial side, we're seeing really very little growth, and that we're not unique. That's sort of across the board, the commercial side of things. The revenue side of things, we have an incredible amount of pent up value of people that have owned their houses for a really long time. And so because of Prop 13 and things like that, the value versus the tax roll, there's a big gap there. And in our last analysis, I think that if you took value versus tax roll, we're still only at about 45%. So despite all the houses that turned over after the Great Recession and all these things, there's still a lot of pent up value. But as people keep the houses in the family and don't turn them over, and things like that, maybe because it's a capital gains consequences or whatever it might be, we're not seeing housing turn over. And that might be lack of affordability. It might be lack of availability, or all these things. I was talking the other day, we were talking about how you had a starter house, and then a lot of people would move into their second house, and maybe people would move into their third house. And you're just not seeing that transition anymore. And we have lots of theories and beliefs on why that happens. But so I do think that property tax revenue, which is our number one source, over $100 million of general fund revenue, I really do think that we will see better growth in the future, but I'm not sure how we ever, like when we get back to the 7, 8% growth that we were seeing for a few years when we had 0% interest rates. So it will come back, but it's challenging. The last comment I'll make is with each passing year, there is more legislation passed at the state level and the federal level that limits our ability to get reimbursed. So it was mentioned earlier about maximizing cost recovery. And then every year there's a new law that says you can't cost recover for this. You can't cost recover for that. You have to expedite a permit faster, and this is the maximum you can charge for it. There's new law that's being considered about people that are on Medicare and Medi-Cal and things like that. And while the fire department will still show up and treat that person, we can't recover as much money. So that's sort of the last challenge is our inability to recover costs is being constrained almost every year.
You make an excellent point about the old metrics, and that's sort of emblematic of the greater economic sort of trends that are about to overtake us, I think, more quickly than we realize. You know, we went from an agricultural economy to an industrial economy. People moved from farms to factories. Then we underwent the information revolution, and people went from factories into service. But now with AI, some estimate 60, 70% of the jobs will be rendered obsolete because there'll be AI that'll do it better, faster, cheaper. And so what does that hold in the future for us? I'm not suggesting we take that on tonight, but it is something we need to be thinking about, because under that new economy, UBI becomes potentially more desirable as a policy. And you may see more sort of micro entrepreneurs that are pursuing what they really want to do, in a way that, in a field where people want to deal with other people, because a lot of the professions and vocations are going to be better done by machines. But I digress. So we're in it for the long game. I know when you look at the 5-year forecast, you see some red numbers. If we just added those up, what would the total be? Like, if we thought of that as the bogey, if we only had X millions of dollars right now and our assumptions were sound.
Yeah, I want to
we'd
say
be
it's
okay.
probably somewhere around 40 million cumulatively in the general fund.
Okay.
Probably closer to 50 because our expenditures are outstripping revenue increases by about 10 million
But
over the
that's
next
taken
5
into
years.
account in the projections, I would hope.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's probably closer to 50 million.
Well, no, not if they've already taken those increases into account.
No, those were the increase. Our general fund expenditures are being outstripped by cost increases by about $10 million over the next 5 years, is what our projections say.
Right, but in those projections, and that's how we get to that red number.
It's
So-
50, not, what
Well,
I'm suggesting
that's
is
the
it's
finance
closer to
director,
50.
Mayor.
not
You have
40.
an opinion about that, but what's your take on that?
I think the city manager and the mayor are saying the same thing. It's between 40 and 50 million dollars
Okay.
cumulative. And to say it more simply, we put in the original staff report, revenue's growing about 4%, but expenses about 6%. So that gap compounds annually.
Okay, so
Isn't it 71 million? Isn't that what that number adds up to in the next 4 years?
well, you can ask those questions. Let me just keep going here, because I personally am ready to say, no, we should not eliminate the turkey tussle. No, we should not charge for parking in the Arroyo. We shouldn't do anything sort of impulsive and contrary to our values and who we are. Yes, we should absolutely look at our assets. And you mentioned part of our real property assets, and those are properties that we own and lease out. And I think we're pulling in, 20 million a year or so in lease revenue. So it's not just a found money if we sell instead of lease. We're recognizing revenue right now from leases, but I absolutely think we should be looking at that. And I don't think included in these projections are other parcels. We did an inventory of all real estate that the city owns a few years back, and I think we own more real estate than we may realize, including a lot that we don't lease out, right? So that should be on the table here too. And in particular, there are three big assets that I think about all the time. We've got 50 acres that we've now owned for 4 years over at the 710 stub. And I think if we're making this pitch to our shareholders, that we have to think about things like tax increases, they're entitled to ask, well, where's our return on investment and when will it be realized on that 50-acre asset? And I don't know the value of that, but it has to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, any way you cut it, whatever entitlement assumptions you make. Should we be considering a sales transaction for part of that parcel? Is that even feasible? There's a site, not far from here, the YWCA, that we've owned for what, 20 years, 15, 20 years? We paid $6 million for it back then. We pay regularly hundreds of thousands of dollars to prevent it from self-immolating. What are we doing with that asset? Where's the residents' return on investment on that property? We were this close. I think we were one vote away from having a Kimpton Hotel there, like what, 10 or 12 years ago? We would have had 300 or 400 jobs. We would have had transit occupancy tax. We would have a vibrant commercial enterprise going there. And we turned it down. Nobody on this council, I don't believe, that we turned it down because we didn't like the encroachment on the lawn near the Jackie Robinson statues. Not the statues, mind you, those are sacred, but it was the amount of lawn that was there. And here we are having this conversation about doom and gloom. What are we doing with that? What other economic development can we have a fabulous economic development director. Let's really unleash him to go out and promote commerce, because the way we generate all these revenues is by having a vibrant commercial environment, or things that we can't control, like the turnover. And I think Prop 13 is clearly a sacred cow that is probably not the best public policy, but we're not changing that. And it'd be very difficult to look at our elders in the eye and say, even though you lived on a fixed income, now your property tax is going to go up 3 or 4-fold. That wouldn't be fair either. But we got to get going on these properties. We bought the Lake and Villa, the Kaiser property, for $12 million of general fund. I'm told now that there are appraisals upward of $20 million for that property. What are we doing there to realize a return on the investment? Any one of these properties, we could do a sales transaction and probably cut in half that number of all the red ink that you have that has us wringing our hands so much. To say nothing of, we've got the Olympics coming. We've got big things out in the future. And if we play the long game and we make good decisions and we make our city clean and safe and we promote commerce, we can grow our way out of this. We did it for 50 years, and we can do it again. So I would very much like to see you, and I don't know if you're making any assumptions about the 710 or Lake and Villa or the YWCA in this presentation right now.
No, none of that is in the forecast. I will say that some of the things that are in the forecast, when you asked about the delta between what was in the letter versus the 40 or 50 million, is the idea that we did do a fire fee study. There are things that are going to cut that number down that we already know are in place. So we're making headway.
Cut one number, I'm sorry.
Reduce that future shortfall down.
Yes.
Already. We're already making decisions that will reduce that long-term shortfall down. And we will continue to do that, as you know, through economic development.
Right. I think another thing we have to look at, I don't think it's here, is the voluntary transfer to the school district that we make year over year. The ballot initiative authorized us, but did not mandate that we do that transfer. And I think we started at around $6 million. What do we expect it'll be, this year?
About 11.
Yeah, so that's a big amount of growth just in that. It's not for me to judge whether that's being used efficaciously or not. But I think it's a discussion that we have to have as prudent stewards of our residents' tax dollars. And I'm not saying cut them off, but I'm saying, does it have to grow? Does it have to double every 3 or 4 years? Because apparently that's what it's doing. So I would literally leave no stone unturned as you do this. Look at every real estate asset that we own, look at every discretionary expenditure that we're making. And I do think we have to value some expenditures over others. I think the majority of our residents want a city that is clean and safe first and foremost. And you know, we sort of go from there. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Mr. Basuda.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues for sharing what they thought of Matt's report, and it was very impressive and very educational. And it always is. It's like going in your office when you're explaining to us what's going on. So it's very good. And explaining about the departments and their improvements, and that's very important. But sharing the possible income areas, producing areas that we can be looking at, very important as well. What is like your number one area that you're looking at for changing to have more income for Pasadena? There's something that just stands out.
Well, I think really focusing, and been talking to Karen about it, but really focusing on cost recovery and making sure that we're doing cost of service studies to ensure, because of inflation, inflationary pressures, we do know that a number of our costs have grown far more quickly than CPI would allow us to raise a fee. And so I think that really maximizing that, I mean, the item later on the agenda, and it shows that the delta between what we're collecting and what we should be collecting for fire is about $1.5 million a year. And that's one department and one portion. And so the idea is that really digging into those things and doing that. I mean, we've seen their EMS revenue grow basically double, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years. And it's because we finally started doing full cost recovery. So I think that that's a real opportunity to generate material amounts of money in an appropriate way.
2 questions. How do we change our priorities? And how will our children in the future own a home? That's one of my big worries.
So the first one about the priorities, I mean, I candidly think that what the council did in December of last year was the first step in changing our priorities and in changing away from the priority of what we've been doing or trying to address priorities based on what comes up in a given month or a given period, and really looking at what is our focus for the next 2 years or 3 years kind of thing. And so I think that when we pivot away from those 5 priorities, we need to have that same context that we can have those priorities and respond to the Eaton fire. We can have those priorities and do something really, critically important. But those priorities are what are driving us. And so I think that those priorities will change when the council believes that we have achieved a result, that the momentum is going. And while we won't stop on that priority, we may not need to focus all of our energy and resources on that priority because we've made a lot of headway. Or maybe the priority gets tweaked and it moves in a little different direction. The second question I'm going to leave for a philosophical debate at HHP sometime about how do we get our kids to buy housing. It's not a secret. My kids chose to leave the state to buy housing, and that makes me really sad. So I don't want other people's kids to have to do that. And that goes to building more housing, making more housing available to people, and focusing on affordability. Those are all really important things.
When I was, my last time when I was, well, I think it's the last time or the time before last, I was knocking on doors, and I met a couple that worked at Caltech, and they looked at me and they said, Gene, based on our economy, we will never be able to buy a home. And that, to me, I said, was just amazing when they said that. So that's going to be a question on my mind for a while. Thank you for your report.
Thank you. In terms of, as I was thinking about the discussion today, the one of the, I think, greatest responsibilities of serving as mayor is precisely this discussion, the budget. And I was, in reflecting on it, you see that in what mayors have done in terms of finance committee. Over the nearly 30 years, the last 30 years, we've had, actually 27 or so years, we've had 3 chairs of the finance committee. Mayor Bogard, Terry Tornick will also both prioritize the budget, and I've now served since becoming mayor's chair. And that's how important this discussion is. What I've noticed most troubling recently, because we have been through recessions, housing crisis. I mean, we've been through those, COVID, fires, you name it. We've been through all of those experiences. But what's different now is the increased cost of living, because our costs for, and we're a service organization, but our personnel costs over the last 5 or so years have gone up about 30.3%. And our headcount has gone up just over 7%. And so when you ask the why, it's pretty glaring. The why is pretty glaring. I mean, cost of health benefits, and we should be providing. We want to be the model employer. The cost of health benefits, the cost of goods, the cost of training, you name it. Every single area, the cost of what it takes to operate a service organization that is a municipality has gone up tremendously. But we've also increased, because we want to provide services, by about just over 7%, the headcount in our city. So for me, the why is obvious. General fund expenditures are on track to supersede our general fund revenues by about $10 million over the next 5 years. And so we've got to look at both expenditures and look at cost recovery, because it's costing us more to provide the level of service that residents of Pasadena have come to expect and deserve. That's the difference. These aren't one-time, this isn't COVID, this isn't a recession that we bounce back from. The cost of living has gone up, and it's not going to go down. This is, once it goes up, it does not come down. It's been my experience. And so, when we look at opportunities, I agree, we should look at opportunities. With Lake and Villa, we're in negotiations on proceeding. With the WCA, we're also in negotiations. We didn't go forward with the Kimpton at the time, not because of setbacks, but because they retraded our agreement. We were essentially going to pay them to come here. And the council at the time made a determination that, they'd come back to us so many times that the value wasn't there. In retrospect, was that the correct decision? I mean, I don't know. I don't know where we would have ended up in those negotiations. But we are in discussions. Our economic development department, Mr. Klug and his mighty, small but mighty team are out there pounding the pavement. They call on me more than any other department to go meet with business owners, to attract the medtech industry to Pasadena, and it's proving to be very successful. We are welcoming more medtech companies, I would argue, than any other community, and that's a change in our economy that we just have to come to grips with. Just GM is another example. We just opened the GM Design Center, but it's great. It's great for our city and our city's brand. But Earthlink used to be there, and they generated more revenue for the city than a design center will. But I'm not suggesting I'd rather have Earthlink than GM, but that's just, we have to come to grips with the fact that our economy is changing, and how do we recover some of those costs, and so how do we recover some of that revenue? In terms of going to the voters, you know, I think I would propose that we work through the finance committee to think through some of the ideas and see if there's any low-hanging fruit that we go to the voters to before the deadline for November. And we could work that through finance committee. Finance committee is the committee that meets most often of all the committees, and we would certainly, looking at my finance committee colleagues, prioritize that discussion and maybe have a special meeting to think some of those issues through. But I want us to be very, very deliberate and thoughtful about it, and take into account that, you know, there are could be many opportunities, but also some drawbacks. I recently asked our former mayor, Terry Tornick, to bring together a group of people to think through some of these issues and help me think them through. And, you know, some of the ideas they came up with, I agree with, some I don't, but I'll just go through them. The transfer tax is an area that, you know, the group suggested we be cautious about, but look at a model of the transfer tax. LA went too far and probably off the mark, and it had a boomerang effect. Cost recovery is another area that the group suggested we look at. And, you know, this is a group that consisted of former assistant city managers, Cynthia Kurtz, our former city manager, and others. Expedited development of the 710 stub, not one I agree with, but certainly something that they suggested that we look at. Again, I think the 710 we've got to be thoughtful and careful and methodical about. And I certainly wouldn't support an expedited process that gives us the wrong project for the sake of revenue. And so, you know, that's what they suggested. Again, that's not one that I necessarily agree with. And this is something Mr. Cole and Mr. Line, and actually all of us, Mr. Jones, everyone, Mr. Hampton, Mr. Masood, all of us have talked about, and that's the simplified development process. You know, I think that's low-hanging fruit. You know, easier said than done in some cases, but it's certainly something that I've heard a lot about. Mr. Cole's got ideas and experience in that area, and we can bring that up during finance committee. This one I think is a low-hanging fruit: credit card convenience fees. We don't collect those, and so when someone, you know, pays with a credit card, we absorb and essentially subsidize the credit card convenience cost, and I think we should recover those. Updating business license fees. We haven't updated those in probably decades. And I think it's something, you know, we need to be cautious about given the economy, but it's certainly something that we ought to revisit in the spirit of cost recovery. This one I'm not exactly enamored with, and I don't think many of us have been, but they suggested looking at a freeway facing electronic billboard over near the helipad. You know, again, not something I'm completely enamored with, but I think, you know, on the helipad property might be something for us to consider, or at least look at. A fire assessment district. This is one that I was surprised. Residents of parts of our city, well, maybe I shouldn't say surprised, but I was proud of the fact that residents in affected parts of our city, like the Arroyo, who were members of this group, suggested, look, let's look at a fire assessment district specific to parts of the city that are in greater danger of being impacted by a fire, as a way to absorb some of the increased costs that it takes to serve those communities. The group didn't believe we're receiving our fair share of transportation funds. And so we should prioritize that. And that, again, that's low-hanging fruit.
those are some of the ideas, but really it comes down to expenditures. I do think we ought to ask departments, to weigh as we have in the past, and they've responded. Give us ideas of where we can have savings currently, whether it's in procurement. Procurement was a big subject of discussion. We included city employees on this group, and the city employees unanimously said, look, if we've got to improve our procurement process. Whether it's centralizing it, and Mr. Cole and I are both familiar with the centralized model of procurement, it has its downfalls, but it also has some strengths. And so maybe we could have a blended model. Again, something Finance Committee should look at. You may lose the expertise as one of the downfalls of specific departmental purchasing. And so again, I think it may be a blended model in procurement. I think, insourcing was another one. We do contract out a great deal of services and contracts that end up costing us more money. Many of these contracts have automatic escalators. And so when municipalities and counties and governmental agencies approve these contracts, they included in those and they're negotiated, are CPI increases that multiply over time. We end up paying more for services that maybe we could provide. We control our negotiations with employees and cost of living increases. When you contract out, those CPI increases and sometimes more are baked in, and we lose control of it. And so we ought to look at that. And I think that's coordination with the PUSD. Mr. Hampton was also a subject. And so I think the first step is to put out a call to all of our employees, departments, to say, we're heading into tough winds. There's no question that the economy is beginning to turn. We had a little bit of a discussion about that at finance today. And so let's work together now before we have to make actual cuts. And let's see how much we can recover together. We'll bring to Finance Committee a discussion on potential revenue generators, including the ones the city manager has raised, and some of the others that have been mentioned by all of us here tonight, and then report back to the council. Okay. Mr. Cole?
I really appreciate the thoughtful comments of all my colleagues who followed my initial comments, and I'll be brief with just 2 points. The first is on the slide that happens to be up, we're costing out economic development strategic plan at 25 million. Placemaking can be much less expensive and have a real return on investment. We've talked a lot about cutting our expenses, and we need to do that. We've talked a lot about asking our residents to pay more, and there will be some of that. But getting more business on North Lake, East Colorado, North Fair Oaks, and Lincoln Avenue by implementing the plans there and sprucing those areas up and encouraging by that investment, private investment to match us. When we make an area nicer, cleaner, and safer, as Mr. Madison has said, then existing businesses will spruce up their properties, or new businesses will fill vacancies. So I think we ought not to be intimidated by a $25 million price tag and say, well, that's going to be 10 years off. I think there are hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be invested that would have a relatively quick payoff and leverage our investment in ways that, charging people a convenience fee for using a credit card or canceling the turkey tussle will be much less important in solving our challenges. The second point, I made this point earlier in this process, but I haven't seen anything about it. I don't understand why we don't include, even as an information item, the asset forfeiture fund. In the public discussion about police equipment funding, over and over, it's come up about those. I understand the very strict restrictions, but where we suddenly say, well, we can buy helicopters with this money, great. But if we can buy helicopters with this money, can we buy CAD systems with this money? Can we buy whatever? And I think that should be part of the process. So I would ask Mr. Hawksworth again that come back even as just an information item that shows how much we have in it, how much we expect to spend of the commitments we've already made. I know that it's not a regular source of income, right? It happens when we seize forfeiture, and that's often a 2 or 3 years before we actually see those dollars. But I think that is part of the picture. And so I'd like to see at least an information item on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
On the asset forfeiture, I mean, we've discussed this at finance, we're restricted from budgeting or claiming it until it's collected. But I think there's a middle ground there. We can probably have discussions, forecasting maybe at the mid-year review, and updating. But we do have to be careful with the very strict regulations. And also, there's a concern among some of the public that sometimes we use public safety and enforcement as a means of generating revenue. And I want to be careful about that as well. In terms of the turkey tussle and America Fest, for example, I mean, I think, I do not and would not support cutting either one of those. I think, it's been stated very eloquently by my colleagues. Those are events that have they're not what we call it, holy cows or sacred cows. Thank you. One of the cows. They're goats, maybe goats. I don't know. So they are events that have intangible benefits for this community. I mean, the love for community that they generate, we couldn't pay for if we wanted to. And the other, America Fest, for example, it's like it draws people. We could cut America Fest, say we're not going to pay $200,000 for it. But remember that America Fest, one, draws people to Pasadena, draws attention to Pasadena. And so how much revenue would we lose if we cut it? How much goodwill in the community would we lose if we cut it?
Didn't we replace it recently?
It's still a fest, but we didn't replace it. We augmented it with a game,
All right.
with other activity. So I think we have to be careful with events like that. Particularly when we're talking about dollars that are, in the size of our budget, not going to move the needle as much financially, but will move the needle in terms of goodwill, in terms of attention and attraction to our city, and business opportunity to our local business community. Mr. Line, did you have some response?
Yeah, because it's come up twice now, I want to say that I want to encourage us not to jump to sort of black and white absolutes. So both of you talked about canceling the turkey tussle, which no one said in the course of this conversation. The question is, and so let's have a nuanced, subtle conversation that's not about extremes and also doesn't jump to a conclusion. The question is, and again, the turkey tussle is a metaphor. It's an example. It's not about that event. The question is whether we need to be paying for that event or whether someone else will step up and take it. And that's true of everything we're spending. And then the other question is whether 25,000 here and 50,000 here adds up to real dollars, because it does quickly. And so I really encourage all of us not to jump to conclusions when we're afraid of an outcome, because it kills the conversation. And the conversation is worth having about all of these things. And all of us have already said the turkey tussle is like at the heart of this community. It's a thing that has way more value than the cost. And no one's talking about canceling it, and we don't have to decide tonight whether we should be paying for it or someone else should. So I just want to encourage you not to jump to extremes, particularly because it's popular to say a thing that's going to get quoted in Pasadena now.
Well,
Thank you.
Well, no. There have been discussions about it, actually. There have been very real discussions about it, and I just want to make.
There should be discussions about it, but we don't have to jump to an answer.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one, because that one, to many of us, is near and dear.
We don't have to be afraid of any conversation. Everything can be talked about.
Oh, no. it
And we
can be
can
talked
trust
about. I'm
ourselves
just
to
making-
come to the right conclusion.
I'm just making clear my view of it, that, and from my perspective on that one, and things like America Fest, the time and energy expended could be better placed. That's my opinion. Mr. Jones?
Thanks, Marin. Just for a process, are we going to have another workshop where we have to like look at our priorities and the council reconfirms that these are our priorities for next year? I mean, what is the process?
Never again.
We're done.
Yeah, no, so what I committed to the council is that this is going to be an ongoing conversation.
Yeah.
So we will adopt, well, hopefully you will adopt the budget next week, at least a base budget next week. And then we are committed to having ongoing conversations about cost recovery and different approaches to service delivery or events or fundraising or whatever it looks like in the coming months, with the idea that I'll say probably early fall. I would like to do it earlier than December, but like early fall, that we have a check-in on the priorities. And part of that check-in is probably going to be reporting on some KPIs that we're using to measure these priorities. And part of it will be talking about how we build on those priorities or make efforts. So yes, the idea is that we will have ongoing conversations to check in. Are they still working? Are they still appropriate? And then, so the goal will be a late fall. We'll hopefully be close to closing this fiscal year. So Karen and her team will have an idea of how we finished the year. Was there surplus revenue? Was there a shortfall of revenue? We can address that. And then having a second conversation, hopefully in like the late January, early February timeframe, before we really get into the budget, which is the one that we missed this year because of conflicts.
Yeah.
And so we would like to have another conversation before we really jump in to make sure that we checked in. We're really focusing on priorities. So as staff is off and running, building the following year's budget, we've had a couple conversations at a priority level and many conversations at a committee level is my hope.
Yeah, that's helpful. I appreciate it. And Mayor, I agree with you is that I would support us continuing to fund the turkey tussle. And I wouldn't want to put the pressure on the community to have to fundraise to pay for the turkey tussle. And in addition, I think, Councilmember Hampton and I were at the PUSD graduations, and some of those concession stands were used to fundraise for the class of, 2026 and so on. And so I think that it's a community benefit that I think really it can be measured on cost. So thank you.
And for the quote for the Pasadena Now, I would like to make sure that we're not unfunding the turkey tussle.
There's been zero conversation about it. I think you're really missing the point.
It's true though. No, it's been, I resisted it for years when I was on the RBOC. It was brought up regularly, but Mr. Madison, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to make sure that Mr. City Manager and Finance Director, that we don't, sounded like a lot of your comments are going to be more on the expenditure side, but I think you need to hold our feet to the fire on the revenue side. And let's not just make it maybe this, maybe that.
and then set up straw men that we knock down. Okay, well, crisis averted. We're not canceling. Like, what are we going to do? And I think you should bring some bold initiatives to us, and then we'll either, accept, reject, or modify. But these are important decisions that we have to make. And, I don't see us cutting services significantly. My constituents never ask for less service, except for traffic policing. Sometimes they ask for a little less of that. But, so how do we meet the challenge on the revenue side? Thank you.
I think you meant traffic enforcement.
That's what traffic police
Okay,
do.
police, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah, traffic enforcement,
Yeah.
ticketing, ticket
Exactly.
specific.
Thank you. Yes.
Ticket issuance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, on the fines and forfeitures total, it's 0.6% of, 0.6 of 1% of the budget. So, I would look at big fixes first and, go from there.
Okay. Public comment?
Sonia Burnt, followed by Bert Newton and Carl Selkin, who are both virtual. Sonia's here.
Ms. Burnt, welcome.
I'm encouraged that staff is finally addressing funding for a year-round shelter, but I'm very concerned about the pace of getting that done. I've long advocated for funding to come from anywhere, including the general fund reserves. We have over 64 million in reserves. There's precedent for using it. In fiscal year 2021, the council, including 4 of you, approved bailing out the RBOC by using 8.2 million of operating reserves to cover the RBOC's debt service. I've reviewed all applicable documents. I listened to the 6/15/2020 council meeting. There was no expectation that that money would be reimbursed by the federal government or anyone else, and it wasn't. The American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA, the Federal Economic Lifeline, wasn't even passed until March of 2021. In June of 2021, the council approved another 10 million in reserves to pay the Rose Bowl debt service. Contrary to statements by some of you, there was no mention in the written materials that this was simply advancing the money from the reserves to be reimbursed with ARPA funds. Subsequently, in August of 2022, Mr. Hawksworth correctly advised the council that the staff recommendations for expending the ARPA funds, quote, does not include RBOC debt. RBOC regulations prohibit that. When the RBOC's huge debt payments were considered, there was no reluctance using reserves, even though the city was in a much worse financial state than now. To those of you who would say that the city had a legal obligation to rescue the Rose Bowl, are you willing to also say, I choose not to fund a shelter because the city has no legal obligation to pay for it, to do so? I hope not.
Thank you, Ms. Burnt.
Bert Newton, followed by Carl Selkin.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. The presentation mentioned the upcoming Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association proposition that might invalidate transfer taxes if it passes. My understanding is that it will invalidate transfer taxes that were not passed by 2/3 vote. But transfer taxes will still be able to be done with 2/3 vote. Under current law, if the City Council puts a tax on the ballot for a special purpose, it requires a 2/3 vote. And Pasadena's housing element says that the city will look at local sources of funding for affordable housing, such as a transfer tax, a vacancy tax, and a commercial development linkage fee. In other words, special purposes. And we saw that in 2024, the voters of Pasadena voted for by more than 2/3 for Measure EE, which taxes all homeowners in Pasadena to fund PUSD salaries. Measure EE taxes all homeowners in Pasadena, and it passed by 2/3. A transfer tax would tax a small minority of wealthy interests. These taxes would be much more likely to pass by 2/3 than something like Measure EE. So my suggestion is not to wait to see what happens regarding the Howard Jarvis proposition in November. Let's go ahead and look at a transfer tax and a vacancy tax, both commercial and residential, as quickly as possible. But we need to look at it for affordable housing as the housing element committed us to. Regarding the vacancy tax, some of us met with staff in Berkeley and Oakland, 2 different meetings, both of which have implemented vacancy taxes, and both cities have had a good experience with it. Berkeley, with a population of 121,000, so it's comparable to Pasadena, is raising $2 to $4 million per year that it puts toward affordable housing and tenant protections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Selkin?
Mr. Selkin, welcome.
Hello, thank you for your work on this. I appreciate the direction in which you're moving. I'd just like to add a couple of things. One is a quote that justice delayed is justice denied. And secondly, as George Bernard Shaw taught us, the poor are not criminals, but poverty is a crime that more homeless suffer from than anyone else, and that results in 3 times the deaths from the effects of being homeless than we suffer from homicides. So when we look at budgeting, we need to look at the actual return on investment in terms of saving lives. And the police department does a wonderful job, but they have to be, their work has to be looked at in the context of other things that are jeopardizing the lives of our neighbors and civilians. So I'd just like to say that I hope you will continue to follow the priorities and don't delay on the homeless shelter initiatives, and also don't delay on the expanded housing through SB 79, which is a critical part of getting rid of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selkin.
That completes public comment on this item.
Okay.
We need a motion to continue it to next week, the hearing.
Before we do that, I just want to respond to one of the speaker's comments. Ms. Burns is absolutely correct. There was no expectation that the federal government or anyone else would reimburse us at the time because ARPA didn't exist. But the fact of the matter is that the RBOC doesn't own the Rose Bowl. The city of Pasadena does, including the debt. The Rose Bowl operating company is an operating company designed for day-to-day operations. The dollars that were reimbursed were not to offset or to pay for the debt service. The dollars that were received for ARPA were specifically for the loss of revenue associated with the closing. Yeah, so we're in agreement on that one. Not the debt service. You're correct about that, Ms. Byrne. So we're finally in agreement on that. It was for the loss of revenue, and then we applied it. So we would have never received it but for that. I'm glad we agree. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
Taking a look at these issues, and I agree with your comments earlier that on a transfer tax, LA's has run into some headwinds. Santa Monica and Culver City and Oakland, not so much. I wonder if we can ask the staff to research the various approaches to transfer tax, because I think that may be the kind of low-hanging fruit that Mr. Jones is talking about.
I think all of these concepts should be brought back to us but definitely that one.
But I think some research would be helpful, and
absolutely.
I don't want.
I see your point, the distinction you're drawing. So in advance,
Mhm.
Yeah, that was one that the committee felt strongly about, but also cautioned us about because the LA model apparently had a boomerang effect. And so if you're aware of models, or any of you are aware of models that are better in any of these areas than what we have or other cities have or what we've discussed, please forward them to Mr. Hawksworth for review.
Yeah, because I would just know, I believe there are some cities that many, many, many years ago, all they did was double the transfer tax. And so it wasn't based on penalizing a certain sale price of a house or something. And so those have been around for quite a long time and are probably far less negative impacts than in some of these others. So we can definitely do some evaluation to look at all those.
Yeah. And again, you know, this will be an ongoing discussion. I mean, I recall when the budget would come to us, and we'd have one presentation from 2 to 10 o'clock at night. Every department would present, then we'd vote on the budget. And you know, we changed the process in 2020 or so, 2021, to give committees jurisdiction and allow for a more detailed discussion. And I think that process served us well, but you know, we continue to improve upon it. And so thank you to the staff, to the public, and to all of you for all of the work involved in getting us to this point. Motion. Is there a motion?
Continue to June 15th, 2026 at 6 p.m.
Second.
Mr. Lyon,
Second, Mayor, Mr. Jones.
do you want to amend it on the turkey tussle?
No, we struck that already.
Okay, yeah, okay. Moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, then that'll be the act.
Unanimously approved.
Okay. Okay,
We are going to skip 26 just for a bit to get to 27, 28, 29, and 30 because 3 council members are recused from 26 and 31. They are not allowed to participate, so we're getting through the rest of the agenda before that item. I know that there are speaker cards for item 26, but we need to finish with the remainder of the agenda before that so that we have the council, full council.
okay, go ahead and I think we can get through these fairly quickly. General fee schedule, given the discussion we've had, amendments. One of them is a fairly routine matter. Actually, they're both.
The first one is the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 recommended general fee schedule, except for the fire department, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Mayor, we have a brief presentation, so we can go through this to discuss either the individual fees we're recommending, or do a brief overview. So what would you prefer?
I think that for my purposes, the materials were sufficient. I don't know. Ms. Rivas, okay. Did you have a motion?
Agreed. So move the staff recommendation.
Seconded by Mr. Jones. Questions, comments on the motion? Mr. Cole?
Yeah, the convenience fee to recover merchant charges on all credit card transactions, except for utilities and vaccines. I think this is exactly what drives residents around the bend about A, affordability, and B, about government nickel and diming. In 99% of transactions nowadays, we don't use cash, we don't write checks, we use our cards. And yes, the cards charge us a fee, 2 or 3%, which means that we're absorbing a cost, and we're seeking to recover that cost. But that means that everybody that wants to pay any bill besides our utility bill with a credit card is going to be charged an extra 2.75%. And it's the sort of thing that, like baggage fees for airlines, it's a friction. So I don't support it. I understand why. I think the staff is right. Just in the spirit of Mr. Lyon, we ought to be talking about every possible approach here. But again, people don't write checks hardly at all, and they certainly don't write checks to us very often. And so we're really basically saying every time you deal with the government, we're adding a 2.75% surcharge, and I don't think that's something I can support.
Okay, Mr. Madison?
I guess, is that a particular line item in this proposal? Can you refer me to that, please?
Yes, that's correct. So we did a look at merchant fees. Majority of them, that's almost, it's over $1 million. Majority of those fees are actually happening in the building department.
We're in the report.
It's on page 2 of the report, of the staff report. I don't know how many of the PDF.
Under new fees.
Yes. Then we set it at 2.75. We have a range that goes up as high as 3% on some of those. State law prohibits us from doing it on utility bills. And we also felt that in that same vein, vaccines, because we want to encourage those to take place.
Sorry, page 2 of 5.
Page 2 of 6 on item number 27.
Okay, excuse me. So do we offer, is it ACH where you can write an e-check?
In most cases, there are availability, certainly on utility billing, and we are looking at offering it in the options of some of our online providers, but we don't have it in all options yet.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it if we offered ACH also. So in other words, the resident has a choice. You can do an e-check and not incur the fee. And I think this is commonplace for a lot of even government agencies. But if you, we shouldn't have to pay the fee to facilitate the user's use of a card. And it's commonplace to add that. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Madison, so you're suggesting we move forward with the staff recommendation, but give direction to look at.
Provided that we offer that option.
That we.
Yeah. Of an e-check.
That we
So
had
they have an opt-out. They don't want to use their card. They might want to get the miles, and use the card, but they have to pay the additional cost that we incur as a result.
I think giving direction to staff to.
That's fine.
Head in that directions.
Yeah, and we were just talking, we think that most of our payment terminals provide both of that. We just don't want to say 100% and then go back tomorrow and find that one didn't, but yeah, we can take that back.
I think the direction is to, if legally and practically feasible to get to 100% is the direction that I'm hearing.
Yeah, and offering a free, a no-cost e-check or ACH.
And is the same fee for a debit card?
So when you pay with a debit card online, it's processed as a credit card, so you pay the same fee.
I see.
Yeah, in order to be considered a debit card, you'd have to be in person and punch in a PIN number. And so a lot of places don't even
Gotcha.
process them that way.
Okay. Is that a motion, Mr. Madison?
Certainly.
Oh, there was already a motion. Okay.
A
Oh,
motion,
that's
but
right.
I think it's direction, so we don't
Yeah.
need, or it's amended either way, whatever the
Yeah,
clerk says.
let's just amend it. I think it's good direction.
Sure.
You need a second?
No, he has, should
Yeah,
there a second with Mr. Jones?
Then, yeah. Okay.
I will make a motion for an amendment to the main motion, and if it passes, then it will be part of the main motion. If it fails, then we'll vote on the main motion. And if I don't get a second, we won't even consider it. I would move that we not impose the fee until there is an ECH alternative in each of these areas. Not simply that we have direction that.
You're suggesting a friendly amendment to the motion?
Or a proposing amendment, either way. But I think Mr. Madison makes a good point. I'm also drawn to the idea that a lot of these are big ticket. I don't, if a developer is going to pay with a card for $275,000 for their fees for, a huge, $160 million, I don't think we should not collect that. I'm more concerned about the person that's, signing up for recreation fees and is, oh my gosh, I got another fee and I want to pay my, my parking ticket. Now I got another fee. But so my motion doesn't go to any of that. It simply goes to Mr. Madison's point that unless we offer an alternative, we don't impose that fee until we have the alternative.
I'm looking to staff. So
So-
it's something we can explore in a reasonable timeline.
Yeah, there are certain transactions, and I know that street parking terminals are one of those transactions where you pay a fee on those terminals. And those are fees that the council's approved through previous contracts with our software providers. And so I don't want the action to unintendedly unwind those that are already in place.
That seems reasonable.
But the idea of if we're directed not to implement any new charges unless we have an ACH option in place, we can definitely take that and implement that without conflicting with existing contracts.
Would that be a friendly amendment, Mr. Madison?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I
I'm
can
sorry.
accept that.
I think I just want a moment to make sure, again, we have some providers that take, and again, I'm also utilizing this in a broad cloud-based environment that may or may not apply to each terminal. But many of the providers will still be treating, even though it's ACH on your end, maybe treating it as a credit card to us on our end and passing that charge on to the city. And we encapsulated that in the range that came up with a 2.75. And so happy to do that as an option and stuff like that, but we will have less mitigation if we go that route. And I just want to be transparent in that when we were considering our trying to recapture $1 million, either by mitigating it, meaning we were offsetting it, or encouraging people to choose areas that don't have fees, some online providers will still be passing that on to us, even though that's an option to the customer. So we will not recover as much, is what I'm trying to clarify.
I would, my preference is to go with the original motion, and we can bring this back, prioritize it, Mr. Cole, to Finance Committee to have staff report to us where we are and where we're not. When I think the example of a large developer paying for permit fees with a credit card, passing on the cost to us, and then, taking the 275,000 miles to use, that's a real issue. I don't think the $1 million is being driven by someone paying for, a $15, $20 rec and park fee. I think it's being driven likely by the larger purchases. And so I would prefer to stay with the original motion, ask staff to come back to us at our next Finance Committee, report to us on what is covered, what's not covered, and then make some decisions. Remember, well, adopting the budget doesn't mean we can't amend it next week if we wanted to, or the week after we adopt it, I should say. And so that's my preference.
I agree, Mayor. That's why I moved the staff recommendation. So I think it's something we should continue look at, but I'm fine moving the staff recommendation as I originally did.
Let's be methodical about it. And I think that the suggestion is a good one. And I think we have an approach that, and by bringing it back, that will allow us to adjust if we need to. Okay, there's a motion and a second. On the
No friendly amendment, original motion.
Original
Okay.
motion.
Are there any objections?
Object.
Okay. Mr. Cole objects. Okay.
Everybody else is
Okay.
supporting. So it's 7 in favor, 1 against.
Okay.
Then there's the adoption of the fiscal year 2027 recommended general fee schedule for the fire department.
Chief.
No, I'm seeing a lot of
Okay.
head.
Okay.
Shake no presentation.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Mayor, before you do, if I could just make one, and good evening, Mayor and members of council. I want to highlight, there's been a lot of really good work, and we went through and totally revamped our fee schedule with recommendations. You've heard interim city manager Matt Hawksworth talk about potential revenue. That's pending that we have enough inspectors to actually do the functions of doing the inspections. And we currently do not have adequate inspectors still. So I just want to make that highlight. We have previously requested in our budget presentation for adding another inspector. I understand that that may not be able to occur, but I just want to highlight, in order to do the inspections, we have to have an adequate staff.
So I would suggest then that we have a cost benefit analysis of adding an additional inspector. I don't know if that can be done by next week. But certainly if, we're losing out on revenue because we're not paying for inspections. And there's also the benefit of getting the inspections done, which is something that people are concerned about. And so for both of those reasons, if we can get a cost benefit analysis done concurrent with or time for budget adoption of the budget, that would be great, or shortly thereafter.
It was done as part of their fee studies.
Okay.
We can definitely walk through that. It was just that we didn't propose to fund it up front, making the assumption that the council would approve all the fees. And so we held it back. We can bring it back as early as next week, or we could bring it back in 2 weeks or July if that's what the council wanted. But
I think,
but it's ready to go.
yeah, I mean, if we're going to spend less money than we would collect and get the job done, that's a no-brainer. And so if that cost benefit analysis is already completed, my suggestion is you bring it back with the budget next week.
Well, by law, we can't make money on it, but we
No.
at least can break even.
Well, but the revenue projections are based, if I'm understanding correctly, on the staffing levels specifically for inspectors. And so that would be revenue lost. I'm not suggesting a profit, but we would meet our revenue expectations baked in to the budget.
As well as reduce, to Councilmember Cole's point, and we talked about this previously on SB 1205, and you asked me, hey, you got about 3,000 buildings that you're still not inspecting. How do you know there's not another potential ghost ship fire there? And so we took that to heart. We do about 1,400 re-inspections a year also, and many of those, we've been in those buildings now, and many of them now are really low risk. Their extinguisher needs to be reserviced. So we're adding in a self-attestation option, which allows us probably 600 to 800 inspections that we were going to re-inspect. Now we can send inspectors out to get in buildings that we weren't in before. So we feel really good about that, but there's still a delta of over a couple thousand buildings that we need at least one more inspector. And so we want to be cautious and on what we recommend, but I really do believe as we're becoming more effective and efficient, I can clearly say, I think the number that we need is one more inspector.
Well, let's bring it back next week.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
Thank you for that correction, Mr. Cole.
Sorry, again, Councilmember Lyons.
Before I turn to Mr. Ryan, thank you for that correction, because you're absolutely correct. I think I'm probably miscouched it. It's service revenue and cost analysis, not profit-based. Mr. Lyon.
So, thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, I'm completely supportive of cost recovery here and actually getting these more in line with the cost of the service. But I do, with the increased cost, it becomes more and more important that the service is top-notch and timely. And we are, famously an expensive place to do business, an expensive place to get permits. And then the wait for the permits adds to the cost of a project. And so if we're going to really be thinking about economic development in this city, we have to streamline the process. And so some of these costs are for permit inspection. And I just want to make sure that we're prepared to do that work really promptly. And I know sometimes there's a holdup on the permit. So
Councilmember Line, our commitment, Deputy Chief Sell, who's I'm staring at, he reports out with KPIs to me weekly on what our timelines are for permits, inspections, and we're constantly trying to exceed and be more effective in there. So our commitment is that will be a goal that we're constantly striving to improve on.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion and a second. We have a motion and a second, Mayor, for
Okay.
approving the staff recommendation. Do you want to,
Great, very persuasive.
Mayor, do you want to call the vote?
Yes, any objections? None? Okay.
Unanimously approved. So,
Thank you.
we're gonna move on to the ordinance. I need all right. So this is item 29. This is an ordinance of the city of Pasadena amending sections 2.05.210 and 2.05.220 of Title II, Chapter 2.05 of the Pasadena Municipal Code regarding the compensation of the mayor and members of the city council.
I'll offer it.
Offered by Councilmember Hampton. This is the council compensation. Not yet. Councilmember Cole?
Are we doing the roll?
Yeah, we're doing the roll call. Councilmember Cole? All right.
We'll come back
Councilmember
to you.
Hampton?
Councilmember Jones?
We'll come back to Councilmember Cole and Hampton. Councilmember Jones?
No, we're good to
Yes.
go. Yes, yes,
Sorry,
yes.
Hampton's yes.
Oh, I'm
Councilmember-
so sorry.
That's all right. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
No.
Councilmember Madison is no. Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember Cole?
Like we
Councilmember
may have
Cole,
a-
could you say,
City Clerk, we may have a comment card on this.
did somebody put in a comment card for this?
No.
This is right.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank
okay,
you.
not on this one.
Councilmember Cole is a yes.
Correct.
The motion is approved, 7 in favor, 1 against, to conduct first reading. Next, we have item 30, which is an ordinance. Yes, I did.
I would like to comment before offering. Jonna Stewart sent us a pretty long, I'm not pretty long, that sounds great. It was like a 4-pager, I believe, of her thoughts. Jonna Stewart is the staff representative that actually works directly with the commissioners. And I suggest, I don't know if she was involved in crafting this, and based on what I read, I'm not 100% sure that she was. And
Do you mean the memo that
yeah,
came from me?
oh, from you. Was that from you?
For my office, I said, yeah, that's from Jonna. We worked on Jonna, Vanya, and I just to look at some of the implications together in discussions with the city staff, the clerk and the city attorney. And we just wanted to put these thoughts before the council.
Was that included in the public package? I have
No.
not seen it go out. There's a
Oh, yeah, it
communication that
should.
went around to the council that
Yeah.
did not get distributed to the
It should
public.
have been sent to everyone.
I'm sorry.
So-
It was sent to everyone, but it wasn't publicly shared, which I think is an issue. I agree.
And I've only,
Big deal.
the only reason I'm asking that is I was just wondering if this, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not an item that is, of time and
It-
sensitivity right now, right? I mean, could it be?
I was under the impression it
Is
was to be sent to everyone. And it sounds like it was, but it just wasn't made part of the public.
We didn't receive,
Okay,
at least,
I apologize. It
my-
should have been sent to everyone. Well, so it simply outlines some of the implications. Jonna did raise some implications and made some suggestions. We reduced it to a memo for the council to consider if it didn't reach everyone. Oh, it wasn't public. Okay. I was under the impression it was.
So motion to continue till we can get that information.
Yeah, we could just hold this item.
Very well.
Yeah,
Yadi does have no, you're good to hold? Okay, so we could hold this.
I'll be certain that.
Okay, but I do want to bring it back promptly. We've
Yeah, yeah,
been on
we'll
our
bring it
agenda
back.
4 times now, and we've given direction, and we're clear about where we're going, and
Oh.
the memo can be distributed, but
Yeah.
but
It's simply a memo to highlight from John's perspective and some of the staff we spoke with, some of the implications of the action and some suggested language that maybe the council would like to consider or not. So we'll recirculate it to everyone. Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Hampton. Okay,
So now we are going to move to item 26 and 31 to be considered jointly.
Is there some exigency here? Because we have a policy about not starting any significant agenda
There's a-
after 10 PM.
There's a community that has submitted speaker cards. We have 14. I'm
I get that, but
I'm looking at the council.
this is
Yes.
well, let me just say that there are a couple of us who intend to recuse ourselves out of an abundance of caution. We're checking with the EFPPC and they simply haven't gotten back to us. I believe that this is an issue of citywide importance. It cuts across our entire city. But I know Ms. Rivas, I won't speak for you, but I know you two are checking with the FPPC.
Same, and actually they did get back and recommended I not participate.
Okay.
We-
Okay.
can I just inquire, was that just a provisional matter or that's their final view?
I'll turn to the city attorney, but I think to summarize, we asked for a formal opinion. They said they wouldn't be able to give it in time, and given the facts we had provided them, they recommended my not participating.
That sounds sort of temporary.
Yes, unless we could say that we could wait until however long it takes them to get an answer, which could be a month-ish. And we are trying to have it effective before July. So we would if we don't do it tonight. Now, the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilmember Jones are conflicted. They do live either within or in close proximity to the zones, the transit-oriented districts. So they can't participate.
The gold line zones, yeah, which.
Right.
Seems sort of to define the public generally exception.
That's true, but we did some internal checking and it didn't seem to create that opportunity. So the way to assure that is to get an opinion from the FPPC.
Yeah. So I for one would be more comfortable hearing back officially from the FPPC.
Sure.
I think what that's a good way to describe it. The provisional information is one thing, but I've seen them change that in the past. And so I think it's out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to step down. I think my colleagues are as well, and let the council consider the matter and then pursue the.
Well, I'm just not hearing a compelling case to start a significant discussion at 10:30.
Right.
That is
So
see the council. So,
if we don't take it tonight, we should do it next week.
well, that's.
And that's
matter.
fine.
Yeah.
Next week, we have budget adoption and a pretty full agendas, but that's up to you guys. I'm going to step away.
I was going to suggest
hand it
rather
over-
than.
Yeah, hand it over to Mr. Hampton to
And Mayor, out of abundance of caution, I'll recuse myself as well for the matters that have already been stated.
And just to be clear, I'm recusing because I have a property within 1,000 feet of the affected properties being taken under consideration tonight.
yeah. Me too.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, I will,
So just a
Wait
point of
for-
order, I'm probably going to step away and we're going to lose our quorum. Can I inquire
Continue it.
why, what's the July? If
I can clarify. The bill goes into effect on July 1st, SB 79. So our goal was to have the delayed effectuation, which is pausing certain sites while we do the longer work on the TODAP, the Transit Alternative Development Plan, in place as close to July 1st as we could have it. So we went to HHPC. We also went to Planning Commission. We were originally supposed to take this item on May 18th. It got bumped
Yeah.
to tonight. In looking at the schedule, we could bump it one more week. And then it would, we'd still be very close, but it could probably become effective before July 1st. But that would be the absolute last time we could bump it to have something in place before July 1st.
And next week's meeting, are we looking at roughly the same amount of time, or will it go at the top of the meeting?
Yeah, I'm
The-
sorry, if three people are recused, they're just gonna have to, we have to put it earlier in the evening.
We would do that.
Again, we have a practice of not diving into something this
Mm-hmm.
complex at 10:30, after 10 PM.
We would recommend it going like in the slot where we would have old business. It is a,
We do have public comment, and you know, since our public comment, public members have been here, I would suggest that we allow them to have their public comment on this item. And then if they would like to come back next week, they can do that as well, but they've been waiting here patiently.
If we're not gonna hear it, it's senseless to have public comment.
I mean, we should have let our,
you would still
Have
consider,
Comment with less than a quorum, but I leave that to you.
oh, no, we wouldn't have public comment with less than a quorum. How many speakers do we have?
Well, there's 14 speaker cards.
would you be willing to?
Can you ask if they would wait until we're actually gonna hear?
Yeah, absolutely. Public commenters, I mean, public, would you be willing to wait until next week to give your public comment? There's some that won't be here. If you will not be here next week, Councilmember Madison, would you be inclined to stay for a few moments
Sure,
for
but they
a
need to
couple of that?
understand, we have a practice of not starting a complex agenda item after 10 PM. And I'm sorry if that wasn't known, but
I'm sorry, I didn't know it was actually a policy that we've
sure is.
all voted on.
Yeah.
So I've never seen that policy. Do we have that policy in front of us? Anybody have that action?
And it's
Adopted
not an adopted policy.
Is part of our meeting protocols.
Okay.
But it has been a practice in the past where we have,
For a long time.
It's not written.
It's not a
It's
written.
not a written policy, but maybe it's a policy that Ledge Policy could take up. And then we could actually vote on it.
Need be. I just think it's sound meeting management, to not start complex things. I've had a very long day.
That's
I'm sure
fair.
Many of you have as
That's
well.
fair. And I'm sure that they did as well. So I just wanted to see if there's anyone that can't wait
We
until
need
next
to
week.
manage these meetings better. I'm just gonna come right out and say it, right? Because we should not be in this situation.
Thank you.
How long, the staff estimated 10 minutes for closed session. What did we spend? An hour?
I don't think staff considered 10 minutes for closed session. No. No, it was
An hour.
an hour.
For consent?
Not, you said closed
I'm
session.
sorry, consent, pardon.
I
me.
think the longer that we
That's why
discuss
shouldn't
this,
do things this late at night.
So
I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
The city clerk is going to read the
Staff
notice.
estimated 10 minutes for.
There's a
closed
couple
session.
of-
We took an hour because everybody wants to talk about every item.
Right.
Like it's not a consent calendar item.
Fair enough, but there are a couple members of the public that are not going to be here next week, and they would
I
like the
understand.
opportunity to speak, and
I'm here.
we didn't give them enough time to let them know that we were not going to have this item on the agenda.
They should also understand that the full council may
Right.
end up hearing this too.
Right.
Right. So I think we'll have the city clerk
I need
read
to
the
open
notice
the public
quickly.
Hearing. This is the time and place for the public hearing on consideration of a delayed effectuation ordinance for certain sites as permitted under the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act, Senate Bill 79 on April 30th, May 7th, and May 14th. The public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. 61 letters in support of the staff recommendation were received by the city clerk's office expressing concerns with SB 79 and/or advocating for stronger protections to safeguard the city. 22 letters advocating for the city council to allow SB 79 to take effect in the city with limited exceptions. 4 letters in support of the city council adopting SB 79 as written. 2 letters in opposition to the city council approving the proposed ordinance, and 7 letters in support of the city council approving the proposed ordinance with all providing comments on the matter. And those letters were posted online, distributed to the council, and made part of this record. If you want to move on to public comment.
Yes.
For those,
Who are not going to be here next week, please stand up and approach the microphone.
Good
And I'll
evening.
give you 2 minutes to speak. Go
I
ahead.
I won't need that. I apologize. I didn't realize that this would cause such a fuss. I'm here. My name's Catherine Yurka, and I thank you for your consideration to those of us who've been waiting quite a long time. I'm representing Pasadena Heritage tonight, so you all understand my point of view. I'm sure someone will be able, from that organization, will be able to come next week. So I just wanted to thank you for your time and sorry that it created.
Did Heritage submit a letter as well?
Yes, they did.
I personally did, and Pasadena Heritage did, and I'm sure someone can be here
Brilliant.
next week.
Thank
So thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
My name is David Lee. I'm the founder of Rebuild Altadena, survivor of the Eaton Fire. Over the last year, I work with families who lost their homes and have been seeing firsthand how interconnected housing is throughout our region. Many displaced residents have relied on neighboring communities, including Pasadena, for housing opportunities. I respect the city's effort to protect historical resources and neighborhood characters. However, I encourage the council to consider whether a blanket exclusion of all RS zoned properties near transit may unintentionally remove opportunities for thoughtfully planned housing on a larger, non-historical site. Not all RS parcel are the same. Some sites are uniquely positioned near transit, jobs, and services and can help provide housing, including affordable housing, while reducing reliance on cars. I respectfully ask the council to consider a more targeted approach that protects historical resources while preserving opportunities for transit-oriented housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Thank you, PA Brown, District 6. I actually live within one of the transit opportunity zones. It's the Del Mar one. And like the previous speaker, I would actually urge you all to narrow the scope of this ordinance. It really makes no sense for the ordinance to delay buildings that are already or sites that are already zoned for multifamily housing. I get the delay for historic properties. I don't get it why you would delay areas that are already zoned for multifamily housing. You have RM 12, RM 18, RM 32, RM 48. You can build multifamily housing there now. It just doesn't make sense. I live in a building that's zoned RM 48. And so I think what Council Member Masuda, you said very eloquently, where are people going to live? Well, you know, if we built more housing around the stations, they could do that. But the way that this ordinance has been drafted is so broad that you're actually excluding things that could happen today. I don't get it. So I would encourage the city to narrow the scope. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, well, we look forward to seeing you guys next week. We will have it at the top of the meeting.
Yeah, yes, we will place this under old business. Well, it'll be a public hearing, so we actually need to, we almost messed that up. We need to continue the public hearing, please.
Motion to continue public hearing.
From Mr. Madison. This is to continue the public hearing to June 15, 2026 at 6 p.m. That was the motion. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Matsuda.
All in favor to close the public hearing?
No,
to continue the public hearing until
June 15, 2026 at 6
Is it
p.m.
at 6 p.m.?
Any opposed?
No objections?
Let's have a roll call.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent. Councilmember Lyon?
I'll abstain.
We need 5 votes to continue it.
I'm aware. I don't think we should continue the public hearing, so rather than voting no, I'll abstain, and we'll figure out what to do with it, I'm sure.
Okay.
So we'll just leave it open until
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Rivas is absent. Mayor Gordo is absent. It's 4 votes in favor, 1 abstention. The motion does not pass.
Correct. So we would continue until and unless we lose a quorum.
Can members who are recused vote to continue the matter
No,
pending the
I wouldn't.
FPPC's weigh in?
There's no basis for that, so I wouldn't recommend that.
So they'd be recused from even acting?
Yes, to continue it.
We do have adjournments, so I don't know if anybody remained to come out for that, but Mr. Chair, we
I don't think so.
need to adjourn.
I think they left.
I think they left.
Memory of
So,
Ruthie.
should we,
And
The issue is going to be, how do we agendize this for next week
yeah,
if we lose a quorum?
everybody's gone.
You're right.
So,
We would have to, if we lose a quorum, we would not continue to have the public hearing tonight. So we would be forced to
Renotice.
renotice and try to do it this week for next week,
not-
but it's not enough time.
Not enough time.
You can do it for the 22nd.
That's
Not really either. That's shorter than,
It will be in place before July 1st, but
right,
we also have that set aside for the restorative justice
right.
discussion on the 710.
What would happen next time you come back?
They're out. They can't vote on it.
How many other speakers do you have?
I have a number of speakers.
Okay.
so would,
I think we have 2 choices, and they're awkward choices, but we can either take this item up despite Mr. Madison's concerns, and if he leaves, or we can take it up when it's been renoticed. But I think those are the 2 choices. Do you have a third option, Madam City Attorney?
The only other option would be to have it next week and submit an argument that it's substantial compliance because this was a public meeting and we indicated that notwithstanding the lack of a vote for a continuance, that's when it would be held. There's no case authority that I'm aware of that would support that, but that's a possibility.
So here.
so what happens if we lose a quorum in the middle of a discussion? Does it just pause?
Well, we could, but you could adjourn to the next meeting, but you don't have votes for that, sounds like. You don't have
So if we
final-
start the discussion and we lose a quorum, my question is what happens to the item? Does it just come back to us?
Looks like it would get.
Technically, we would,
Let's just have the discussion.
Yeah.
It's really,
that's good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the safest course.
but, you know,
Right.
Okay.
we'll talk again about the way these meetings are run.
Agreed.
And
And then we could also codify that policy.
oh yeah, we're
Yeah.
talking about at ledge policy,
Okay.
standards of conduct for council members. I have a
we
question.
will go.
It does seem to be very broad. The legislation talks about a site. And the staff proposal is very broad in scope. So has, without speaking to the advice you gave or didn't give, has the city attorney's office looked at this?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes. And I think we'll have a staff presentation first to briefly explain it.
Yeah, we can give a very abbreviated staff presentation.
Okay, but I just want to know from the city attorney then, you don't read the statute to be fact specific as to particular sites, but it can involve, the entire city.
Correct.
Okay.
We will go straight to the staff presentation.
Should we finish public comment then, since we're doing this?
Do you want to do public comment first, or do you want to do the staff presentation?
Sure, I've already started public comment, but I defer, whatever staff and my
I
colleagues
think
prefer.
if we
Mr.
did
Chair.
We
the,
have We
can do
will
the
have the staff
abbreviated.
presentation and then we'll go to public
Yeah.
comment.
So just the few, Natalie Espinoza, we were prepared to just pull out the most important slides and recap for you, so she can do that.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Senior Planner Natalie Espinoza, and I'm presenting regarding SB 79. At the May 7th, I'm sorry, one moment.
What's the problem?
There we go. On May 13th, the Planning Commission considered the proposed uncodified delayed effectuation ordinance to implement option 2, temporarily exempting certain sites, and the variations to the options related to the RM zones, as requested by the HHPC, and recommended the ordinance by a vote of 5-1. The commission also asked that staff return with future discussions to prepare a transit-oriented development alternative plan, also known as a TODAP. Staff is currently compiling data, conducting analysis, and tracking new legislation that would amend SB 79 to possibly prepare a TODAP. For a project to be eligible for SB 79, the project site must be located within a half-mile radius of a Tier 1 or Tier 2 transit stop. This map shows the location of the 6 Metro A-line stations and their TOD zones. And this one shows each TOD zone in a different color.
Yeah.
There are several limitations for SB 79.
This.
Okay.
I don't think we can skip that.
Okay. SB 79 provides various options for implementation, including no local action, so implementing the bill as is, adopting an ordinance to delay effectuation for eligible sites, and adopting an ordinance consisting of a TODAP. Like I said, option 1 is to not have any local action and implement SB 79 as is, so that it would be implemented in its entirety on July 1st, 2026. Option 2 is to adopt the ordinance for delayed effectuation for eligible sites. It allows to temporarily exempt individual sites and TOD stops from SB 79 that meet certain criteria up to 1 year following the adoption of the housing element. For us, that would be in 2031. The bill indicates that individual sites in any TOD zone may be temporarily exempt if the site's current zoning permits at least 50% of total density in FAR, or if the site includes a historic resource designated as of January 1st, 2025 on a local register. All 6 TOD zones have locally designated resources that qualify. Any individual site that is within a specific TOD zone may be temporarily exempt if at least 33% of the sites in the TOD zone currently allow at least 50% of the density and FAR indicated in SB 79, and if all the sites within the TOD zone cumulatively allow for at least 75% of the aggregate density allowed by SB 79. What this basically means is that the Del Mar, Memorial Park, and Lake TOD zones have enough capacity to qualify for this exemption.
And we have a letter that says that we have not given anything other than that we think it qualifies. Are the calculations publicly available for sharing so that we can
Yes.
put that to rest?
Yes, and part of this work is we have to submit our ordinance to HCD. When we're done, they're going to review it. They'll provide comments, and we'll have to respond to those comments if they provide anything that we think needs corrected, but we have data that can be publicly shared.
This will require 2 readings of an ordinance.
Yes.
Could we have that by our second reading?
The data?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Option 3 is for a TODAP via an ordinance, zoning overlay, adoption of specific plan, or adoption or implementation of the housing element at any time. A TODAP may include different ways that the city may implement SB 79, such as shifting the total number of units within a TOD zone or from one TOD zone to another, as long as the total capacity is not reduced by more than 50% in any TOD zone, and the overall capacity is maintained. A TODAP can also include permanently exempting sites within a historic resource designated as of January 1st, 2025 on a local register, provided the sites do not cumulatively exceed 10% of the eligible area of any TOD zone. Lastly, a TODAP may ensure that the minimum density of individual sites shall not be less than 30 dwelling units per acre, and the maximum shall not exceed 200% of what is permitted. Staff recommends option 2, which includes the adoption of the uncodified delayed effectuation ordinance by exempting sites with historic resources designated as of January 1st, 2025 on the local register in all 6 TOD zones. This option also exempts the following from the Del Mar Memorial Park and Lake TOD zones. Sites with historic resources designated as of January 1st, 2025 on the state register. This would also include sites designated at the national level as they are protected together. Sites in lower density RM zones and zones single-family residential, and sites located within specific plan areas that have a density of 48 dwelling units per acre or less. This map visualizes what staff's recommendation of the proposed delayed effectuation would look like. The single-family zones are shown in yellow. Multifamily zones are shown in variations of brown. Local historic sites are shown in salmon. Historic sites on the state register are in blue. Rent and price controlled sites are in mint and in green, and non-residential excluded sites are in gray. And this map shows SB 79 eligible sites in orange, and all sites that are proposed to be delayed or excluded based on what the bill allows are shown in gray. It's recommended that the City Council find that the proposed action is exempt from CEQA, adopt the uncodified delayed effectuation ordinance to delay implementation of SB 79 for the sites identified in option 2, conduct the first reading of the uncodified delayed effectuation ordinance, and adopt the findings for the zoning code amendment. And staff and I are available if you have any questions.
We will go to public comment first and then to questions and comments.
As I call your name, please form a line. Michael Canavan, John Latta, Sam Alcorn, Tom Boat, Thomas Ty, Kevin Yen, Helena Flores, Stephanie Bauer, Koji Sakano, Humera, Evan Rossman, and then Carl Selkin. I'll repeat as we go along, but go ahead, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Canavan. I'm asking you tonight to allow SB 79 to take effect in all non-historic sites in Pasadena, at the very least in areas zoned for multifamily housing. I live with my wife and daughter in District 6, about a quarter mile from the Del Mar A-Line station. We moved there when my daughter was 3 months old. She has her 6th birthday this week. In that time, our rent has increased by 25%. Our most recent increase was being processed when we were sheltering in place in the days following the Eaton fire. We were comparatively lucky, we were safe, and we didn't lose our home. Many were much less fortunate, but if we get another increase like that, we will likely have to move. This was a difficult housing market for renters before the fires. After them, with the loss of so many homes in Altadena, it is nearly an impossible one. Multiple friends of ours with young families have made the decision to move because they don't see a future here with such persistently high rents and they can't afford to buy. So I'm asking you tonight, as you talk through this and discuss this, to think of renters and prospective homeowners who could benefit from the housing this law would allow. Neighbors are as important to neighborhood character as anything else we'll talk about tonight, and we are losing them. I wanted to make 2 quick points about the law. It does not allow the demolition or redevelopment of any rent or price-controlled housing over 2 units, so the risk of displacement is very low. 2, all SB 79 projects would have to comply with our local affordability requirements, so 20% or an equivalent fee towards affordable housing. We've had incredible momentum as a city on affordable housing in the past year. SB 79 could help us continue it. Given that the law is already self-limiting, please consider dropping those exemptions for areas that are already zoned multifamily. we certainly don't want to tie the city's hand either. We, had some discussion about city assets, the mayor's suggestion for housing to reinvest into fire departments.
Mr. Canavan, your time is expired.
Please consider this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John Latta, followed by Sam Alcorn, then Tom Boat, Thomas Tai, Kevin Yen. Sam? Mr. Alcorn, go ahead.
Good evening. What have I heard you talk about tonight? Fiscal responsibility, acceptance of the concept of subsidiarity, acknowledgement of our housing crisis. I live right next to Memorial Park Station. Like 57% of my fellow Pasadenans and about 8 in 10 of my neighbors in District 3, I'm a renter. I'm 45 years old, and I do not expect I'll ever be able to buy a home here. SB 79 doesn't require you to adopt anything. It goes into effect by itself at long last in 3 weeks. Cities may adopt an alternative TOD plan or an ordinance to bring their code into compliance with the law, either subject to review by HCD. Adopting this delay ordinance puts us at risk and wastes precious resources. You don't have to do this. I urge you to do what's in the interest of the majority of your constituents. Nothing. Follow option 1 in your staff report. Every month, SB 79 isn't in effect is another month we don't have as much housing built as we could. To paraphrase a quote repeated by another one of your constituents tonight, housing delayed is housing denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Boat, followed by Thomas Tai, Kevin Yen, then Paulina Flores.
Good evening. My name is Tom Boat, and I've lived in Pasadena for 30 years. Both my kids grew up here. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 79 as written by the state, option 1. Today, the average rent for a studio apartment in Pasadena is $1,968 per month. This is completely out of reach of our young people working entry-level jobs. Transit-oriented developments are a smart way to provide the additional housing that our community urgently needs. My 26-year-old nephew, the only way he can afford to live in Pasadena is because he scored a spot in a transit-oriented development, Rosetown Apartments. So I urge the council to follow the intent of SB 79 and build more housing near metro stops and help give our young people a chance to stay here in Pasadena.
Thank you. Thomas Tai.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for bearing with us as we have bared with you all tonight. I think 2 words really describe what we've all heard tonight, which is urgency and stability. In terms of urgency, we're in a very serious crisis, as you've all just heard from Temporary City Manager Hawksworth. We are having the foundations of our economy being sabotaged by the administration, whether it's science cuts, whether it's Medicaid cuts, whether it's cutting other things in the budget that help cities like us, etc. And the other issue is stability. We don't have it. Every few years, we are faced with constant budget crises because our tax base is stagnant while the demands upon it and factors outside of our control keep piling on burden after burden after burden upon it. We all know what's happening with Pasadena Unified School District. This district is dying because people cannot afford to have families and families cannot afford to live here. When they go, the school district goes. Furthermore, we all hear about the various options that were all clearly placed before us. None of those options that are placed before you solve the structural problem that unless Prop 13 is fixed or replaced, which is not going to happen anytime soon for single-family homeowners for very good reason, that we will constantly always be at disadvantage in terms of revenue. The political capital that this council and this city has for the voters to ask for more bond issues, to ask for more sales taxes, is deeply limited. Measure ER, for example, in LA County, is barely passing. All of this comes back to allowing more housing abundance. If you allow more housing to be built, you will have a greater tax base that can be taxed. With more residents and more families means greater sales tax and greater attendance at PUSD. So either adopt option 1 or adopt option 2 and therefore exempt anything but historical properties as the only exemption, or we will continue to be facing these crises that you've just all heard tonight We are trying to run ahead of this machine, and if we do not do something soon, we will be run over.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Kevin Yen, followed by Paulina Flores, then Stephanie Bauer, then Koji Sekano, then Humera, then Evan Rosenman.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm a renter living in District 7. We are in a housing crisis, and it's very difficult for younger millennials like myself, and especially Gen Z, to afford to live in a city. We need lower rents. We need to make housing more affordable. We need to build closer to transit so we can have a more walkable city. And SB 79 does just that. Therefore, I urge the council to oppose the SB 79 delay ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Alina Flores and Stephanie Bauer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paulina Flores. I currently reside in District 2. I was born and raised in Altadena. I went through the PUSD schooling system. Go Bulldogs, please don't take away the turkey tussle. All that's to say, I have quite a strong tie to this city. My family lost their home in the Eaton fire. They are now in the process of securing a unit through Heritage Housing at the new Walnut Housing Development near the Allen Transit Stop. I want families like mine who have been in the Pasadena area since the 70s and have been priced out and dislocated due to rising housing costs or a freak fire to have the opportunity to stay in this beautiful city. This is possible by giving us the means to build more housing like the townhomes at Walnut Crossing and letting this bill be put into action. Please help create opportunities for people to stay and live in Pasadena. Delaying the implementation of this bill in July will only stunt the potential progress of having abundant and intentional housing in your city. I have a master's degree, a full-time job at an arts nonprofit here in Pasadena, yet I can't even afford to live alone due to the high cost of living here. I'd love to stimulate your local economy if it weren't for rent taking up so much of my paycheck. I urge you to oppose the delay of SB 79 so that we can continue building housing for a really diverse community that you have here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to hear our comments. My name is Stephanie Bauer, and I'm speaking tonight to encourage you not to delay the implementation of SB 79 for multifamily units. I've lived here for 23 years. My kids went to PUSD, and in those years, I've witnessed the impact of the housing affordability crisis on our wonderful public schools. When families can't afford to live here, we lose those students and families who have made Pasadena such a magical place to raise a family. Now our district has to face truly gut-wrenching choices about school closures. The only way out of the crisis is by building more affordable units. Let's get ahead of the problem and make it possible to bring more families into our schools and communities. Thank you.
Koji.
Good evening, Council. My name is Koji Sakana. I'm from District 2, and I came tonight to ask you to not delay the effectuation of SB 79 around the Memorial Park, Lake, and Del Mar stations. Please do nothing. Option 1, as Mr. Alcorn said. I'm car-free, and having cheaper rent closer to a major transit stop would help me a lot. I've cut most of the rest of my comment, but Mr. Matterson and Mr. Masuda, thank you in particular for your comments tonight about the importance of increasing our housing supply and putting home ownership in reach for more people. As someone who works full-time in Pasadena and at this rate will never own a home here, your commitment to helping me own a home means a lot. In summary, please choose option 1. Do not delay the effectuation of SB 79 around these 3 major transit stops, and let us build more transit-oriented housing as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Humera.
We're in a housing crisis that is getting worse, not better, in Pasadena. We really need to improve. We really need the income that comes from residential housing, property taxes, taxes related to property sales, et cetera. Those were part of a very long discussion tonight of looming budget shortfalls. More dense housing near transportation centers will also make areas more attractive to businesses. Again, attracting more commerce was a topic of concern of much conversation earlier. Earlier tonight, we also heard Mr. Hawksworth lament that his kids had to go out of state to afford to buy a home. Councilman Masuda mentioned the couple from Caltech who said they won't ever be able to afford to live here. So it's just really disappointing that the city is resisting implementation of SB 79, despite all the discussion tonight that underscored the need for more housing. Cities that are unaffordable die. Cities that are affordable to everyone thrive. Please go with option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan Rosenman.
One more.
My name is Evan Rosenman. I'm an assistant professor at Claremont McKenna College and a Pasadena resident. Much like Councilman Masuda's prior comments, I'm a married college professor who can't afford to buy a house here, but thankfully I am able to rent in District 6. And to that end, I'm commenting to ask the council to drop exemptions for residential zones near the Del Mar Memorial Park and Lake A-Line stations. I did want to note, as a resident who lives near Del Mar Metrolink Station, I moved to Pasadena precisely because it is a lively, walkable city with high-quality transit. But in my time in this community, I've watched my neighborhoods suffer precisely because we don't have enough neighbors to support our local businesses. La Grande Orange, Congregation Ale House, Sanctuary Fitness, Go North, UC Stats, Fishbecks, continue to Green Street, turn left. Long-term vacancy at former Twin Palms now has company with Gameology, Craft by Smoke and Fire. If you go north to Colorado, even near the Throngs near Olive Young, you will see the for sale sign on the former We Olive. Just this past week, Coffee and Plants and the iPic Theater joined this list. At its core, Pasadena is losing vibrancy precisely because we have housing scarcity at all affordability levels. More neighbors means more community, more kids in our public schools, and yes, more patrons for our businesses. Please do not provide exemptions for modest density areas near Del Mar, Memorial Park, and Lake metro stations, as these are counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes well, sorry, Carl Selkin is not online, correct, guys? Correct. That completes public comment on this item.
Discussion from my colleagues. We'll go to Councilmember Lyon.
I have a quick question about slide 17. Skip to it. There you go. So this suggests that that part of what's proposed here is delaying sites down the west side, the north-south line of trains, but we're not delaying any, we can't delay anything over there, correct? Are those excluded sites?
Yeah, what can be excluded is if it's locally designated or state or national is what we're proposing. But we could only do that in Del Mar Memorial Park and Lake. So that's why you see more there. In addition to what we're proposing for the single family and multifamily sites. For Fillmore, Allen, and Sierra Madre, all that we can delay is the locally designated resources. What's not, it's exempt.
Parks and other things are all.
Yeah, and what's exempted from the bill are the rent-controlled sites that were mentioned. If you have 2 units or more, you can't demolish those. So those probably have more of those sites, which is why they're picking up that. And we have, that's the green, the mint green in this color are the rent and price controlled sites.
Got it. Okay, that
green and
makes
dark green.
much more sense. So we're really talking, we are mostly talking about wherever the delayed implementation would be for the 3 stations that run east-west.
Yeah, and
210.
just so the council understands the staff timing, because again, what we're proposing is a pause while we do the really intensive work of the transit alternative plan. And that takes an awful lot of work. And we estimate that that's going to probably be about 6 months before we would be able to return with some discussions on what we're seeing and what we're proposing. And maybe along the lines of 9 months before we would be ready to come back with a plan. So although this can be paused for up until 2031, that's not our intent. Our intent is to pause it while we do the more thoughtful work on what would be included in the code app.
I mean, that makes sense to me. But the bill is such a blunt tool, and it imagines all cities are the same, and that all cities should be the same, and arbitrarily sets a height of 9 stories, and that's how big a building should be in a city. And so I do think it makes sense to pause and think about where we want to put this density. Although I am troubled that the 3 sites that are eligible are in the places where we're most likely to put more density and more height. So it's a little counterintuitive. And I have some concern that while we shut down those 3 stations, we encourage SB 79 development on the other 3 stations, which I think are actually much less suited to that kind of height and density. But I'll take you at your word that we're talking about something less than a 4 or 5 year delay, substantially less, while we figure out how we want to actually thoughtfully plan for greater density.
Yeah, I mean, we have 6 stations. It's an awful lot of work. I know there were some references in some of the public comments to Glendale, and, they have 1 station. And so the scale of the work that we have to do to be able to mathematically figure it out from a policy perspective, because we have to be very careful about where we're shifting things, to be able to educate the public so everybody understands what we're doing. I mean, it's a very heavy lift for staff, and we're prepared to do it. We've been working on it. And so we're just trying to be realistic about our timing. So, but we're not intending to be finishing this in 2031.
I guess the only other thing, and I'll wait to hear from everyone else, is I still have question about the RM32s and 48s. They're relatively small now that I look at where they are.
Yeah, and I think the way we have our maps, if we can layer that in, because when we went to HHPC, we didn't have those prepared, and so they're done. And so we have them in a format that we can layer it in, and so you can see what it looks like without the RM32 and RM48, and see what that's looking like, and then we can layer it in if you're
That would be
interested in
great
that.
to see. It looks like there are not a lot of them, but those are closer to the
I think
places
we'll have
where we-
Natalie go do that for you if it's helpful. So Natalie, this is showing going up to including RM32
Okay.
without the RM48?
Yes.
Okay.
I can actually show you one that has the excluded sites as well.
And I just want to clarify, just for the public, anybody watching or out in the audience, that RS is single family. So there's some references and some comments to RS. That is single family, that is not multifamily.
Right.
The RM represents the multifamily. RM12 is essentially like a duplex or 2 units sites. RM16 starts our multifamily at our lowest densities, and then they increase from there. So just for clarification, the yellow
Right.
is single family.
Which is why for me, I think the 12 doesn't make sense, and 16 probably doesn't make sense, but 32 and 48, we're starting to be into bigger buildings. So, okay, so this is with the 48s, and then we drop the 48s. Okay. And then if we drop the 32s, there's not a huge drop from there, is there? Okay. Okay. That was helpful to see.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Lonnie, thank you. Councilman Madison, I thought I saw Masuda.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Councilman Madison.
So one question is, who has to review the ordinance? The state?
HCD.
Okay, and what's their standard of review, or what's their discretion? What is the review for?
I'll look to Caroline to clarify.
They're reviewing for compliance with SB 79. So there's parameters about what can be delayed and other standards for different types of ordinances that may be adopted. So HCD is reviewing to ensure that the ordinance is compliant with law.
Okay, and we're delaying it to do a TODAP?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And that's part of the ordinance or part of the?
Yeah, it's set, and we're not going as far as we could go. In the 3 zones that we already have the 3 transit zones where we already have a density that allows it, we could pause the entire TOD area.
Right.
So for Lake, Del Mar, and Memorial Park, we could actually pause the entire area. We're not proposing to do that because we recognize that that's where some of our highest 87 dwelling unit per acre densities are.
Right.
And so that's why we've kind of surgically looked at the historic properties in those areas, preserving those, and then going up to 48, which is traditionally more of your City of Gardens development type that you would see, pausing there and then leaving the higher density in place.
Okay. Can you go to 17 then? So the gray is if we adopted option 2, what would be delayed and what's excluded under the statute?
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a breakdown of what those 2 components are? Maybe it's the prior slide, I don't know.
Yeah, I think this one probably is a better.
So here, excluded because it's zone non-residential. What if the zoning changes?
If the zoning changes and it becomes a zone that's eligible under SB 79 and it met one of the criteria, it could be eligible.
Yeah.
Or it could be excluded. If let's say it's changed to RM 48 and you guys exclude RM 48. I'm looking to Caroline, but I think it would be covered.
That's my
But
question.
to clarify, the properties that are listed as excluded in per our zoning, they're either public, semi-public zoned, or they're open space. The one exception would be the area where the power plant is, which is a heavy industrial area.
But I think the council member is asking if there's a zone change.
Yeah, but if there is a zone change, if there is a property that, let's say, is zoned public, semi-public, or PS, and that was changed, which would of course require city council approval to a commercial or a mixed use, zoned property, then it would be eligible.
Commercial or mixed use is eligible.
Commercial or mixed use would make it eligible,
Because
correct?
they're eligible under the bill.
Under the
And
bill.
residential is eligible too.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
So really, I'm looking at the stump.
So, yeah, now, the stub is not zoned.
Right.
So that's one area
it will
that's not zoned or has a general plan designation, but that's work that's going to be done. The other thing about the stub is that the city owns it. So ultimately, as a property owner, we could, if we were going to perhaps enter into a development deal with somebody, we would have control over, what we wanted that to look like. And we would have our zoning in place by then and our general plan designation, but, we could choose how we wanted to structure that.
By what, exempting it from the delay ordinance if we wanted to?
It wouldn't be eligible for it now. It's not eligible.
Yeah,
now.
currently it's zoned PS or public semi-public because it's in the former freeway right of way. But
I know that.
as Ms. Page was saying, if we were to, let's say, depending on how the property is developed, but usually there'd be some sort of agreement signed with the city through a developer, how the land is conveyed or whatever. And so through those measures.
We could
you'd be able to
contract
Yes,
for
and
whatever we
to answer
Exactly,
what I
yeah.
think you're asking is if we zone it residential and it then is eligible under
Right.
SB 79, it would be eligible, but as property owner, we would choose how we would develop that
Got
property.
it.
And so if we chose not to develop it at SB 79, we
Same
would at the
question
point,
for the Lake and Villa, the Kaiser property.
same thing.
Exactly.
Mhm.
The only way that it would be like open to the free market would be if we just, sold it to, the highest and best user and it was purchased and then they would develop it, at market provisions.
And what I think is important to clarify is that SB 79 is an option. It's not mandatory. So you can still develop under all of our existing regulations. Somebody can do
Right.
density bonus. And so as for the Kaiser site, for example, as property owner, we could say, we don't want to enact SB 79 through our agreements. We want to develop it under the zoning or whatever we put in place. That's,
But I'm thinking the other direction, which is like that property seems like prime SB 79 property to me. And we've never been able to see what the development community would offer for that. And we might specify that we want even greater numbers of affordable units in that. But we don't want just a housing project. We want market rate and affordable housing.
and I'm
we
looking
might
to
get
staff, but I
more.
believe it's zoned 87 dwelling units per acre now. So we
Yes,
would
it's-
be proposing to exempt that site under.
Yeah, it has right now the capacity is 87 units per acre. Under SB 79, it would be allowed up to 100.
And we're not
Okay.
proposing to exempt it
So
under.
we're
the
not
option.
exempting that.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Great. And okay. In your reaction to the notion that we should carve out of the delay, the 32 and 48.
I think it's a policy decision on behalf of staff. I will say that 32 units per acre and 48 dwelling units per acre is a lot more than, or a lot less than 100 dwelling units per acre. It's a very different type of scale of development.
Right.
The height and the density is much higher, even with density bonus.
Mhm.
And so, again, we're not proposing to permanently eliminate anything. We just want to be able to look at through the transit alternative plan, that allows shifting. And so even in the lowest you can shift it to, so even in those single family areas, is still 30 dwelling units per acre. You can't get it, you're not going back to a single family under SB 79. So that would go to 30 dwelling units per acre. You have to make up the difference on an alternative site. And there's even parameters for that. The receiver site can't increase by more than 200%. So that's the math that we have to do and figure out where we're going to shift things around and where it's appropriate. But we feel that that's the work that needs to be done. And we feel more comfortable as a staff pausing what is traditionally the lower density 48 dwelling units, City of Gardens type development.
Okay, last question. Is there a way to build into this a deadline sooner than 2031? Because I do think it looks like we're trying to pull the ladder up and
Steph.
trying to evade state law.
Staff
That's
mentioned
a
that they
problem.
would plan on bringing this back to us between 6 and 9 months.
Yeah, I'll look to Caroline. The law allows the pause to go into effect for that long.
Right.
That's what I don't know if we could choose to do something sooner.
I think it would be
ordinance.
state.
The ordinance as currently drafted, that's in the associated agenda item, does not have an earlier sunset date. It's allowed to continue until the statutory deadline, which is, I believe, 1 year after the adoption of the seventh cycle of the housing element. So that'd be about 2031.
So
However, there's
doesn't
no,
that I'm sorry, please finish.
there's no requirement that it lasts that long. So we haven't built in an earlier sunset date. We can, or that can be a direction to staff that's not codified.
But doesn't that suggest that there's something in the new housing element that would address these issues?
That was part of the intent, we believe,
And would the TODAP be incorporated into the new housing element?
most likely, yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be an alternative plan that if you choose to pursue an SB 79 project, it unlocks that density map and height map and those. It's, it runs alongside our adopted zoning and general plan. It doesn't replace it.
That is one of the things that it did not go specific to state that it's to be done, in at the same time as the housing element, but it did give that as an option to say ways of implementing a TODAP can be done through a specific plan. It can be done through an overlay. It can be done through, traditional zoning, and it can also be done, consistent with the housing element. Right now we don't have like our RENA number, for example. So, that work, could potentially be done at the same time. There's a lot of overlap with all this stuff.
Have we calculated how many sites we're talking about?
We can get that information if we don't have it tonight.
It'd be good to have if this goes to the second reading. And then also, you alluded to 2576 and 677, but I don't know that we heard anything about that in the staff presentation.
Yeah, 677 is I think essentially just on pause. But 2576 is moving. That's Herabedian's bill. It's
Right.
anticipated that will go forward. It has been modified. It was modified as recently as I think May 28th was the last version of the bill. It does include allowing for local, state, and national properties to be exempt. So we're doing belt and suspenders a bit on the historic piece. So that would make those sites not eligible under SB 79. And I'm looking to staff. I think it also, there was originally some language that the 10% get removed as well, please.
Yeah, under the latest version of it for May, it does not have the 10% cap. If through an ordinance, through a TODAP, or through a temporary effectuation, you can include local, state, and national.
Historic
Historic resources, and it does not have a 10% cap.
Yeah, there was previously a 10% cap on that. That looks like it was removed. One change that was proposed that didn't stay is that the date, something has to be designated by January 1, 2025.
Right.
And so there was a lot of ask for that to be removed, and that is still in the bill. So if it has to be designated as of that date to qualify under those parameters. But I was told by Kira actually today that one is expected to pass.
Okay, so then all we're doing with this is preserving the status quo until that passes, and then that takes out the delay.
Correct.
It's no longer.
Well, you would still need the delay in place because the historic resources is not an automatic protection. It has to be protected via ordinance. There are things inside the bill that's statutorically protected, automatic, such as you cannot demolish more than 2 rental units. That's automatically in the bill. Even if you do option 1 and you don't do anything, those are still protected. However, the historic properties, those local government has to take that extra step through ordinance to actually call it out and protect it.
That's what 2576 contemplates?
That's how the current bill is written, and then 2576 would continue that language.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The actual impact, I would say to both perspectives we've heard, the many emails we've gotten and the many speakers, is relatively modest. And the reason for that is that development doesn't take place quickly. Just because a property can be developed doesn't mean that it will be developed. So those who are afraid that the city will be irrevocably destroyed by allowing SB 79 to move forward, I think are exaggerated. And those that think that we can solve the housing crisis, within the next 3 years, is also overblown. I support I think we should also take into account that SB 79 includes these provisions. Taking advantage of some of these provisions is not obviating SB 79. SB 79 passed with these provisions to allow for some of the adjustments that many of its critics say are not there, right? They're there. And so we have these options. So for me, I think that Pasadena is a very special community with very special historic resources. I support protecting our historic resources under the bill. I also see a difference between the single-family zones, the RM12 and RM16, relatively low density, and RM32, 48, and above. So I come out in a different place from where the Planning Commission majority did. I come out where I think we were at the Housing and Homelessness and Planning Committee. So, and then I think that as Mr. Madison has raised the issue, I don't know where you come out, Mr. Madison, but I appreciate you raising the issue. I think an 18-month sunset is reasonable. We never do anything in 6 or 9 months around this table. I wish we did, but we don't. And so I'd be willing to have a 1 year or a 12 or an 18-month sunset. But that would be, I'm prepared to offer the ordinance, but excluding the exclusion of RM32 and RM48 and putting an 18-month sunset on this while we examine whether a TODAP will work and what it will take.
I'll second that with one maybe request, which is instead of calling it a sunset, can we frame it slightly looser than that we'll revisit because we don't really know where we're going to be, that we just have to bring it back up for consideration by then?
Well, we would have to. That's a fair point. But a sunset means simply we can pass a new bill.
Renew then.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So whatever language is, I think we are in the same place, that if it's 19 months and we decide we want to extend it an extra month, I
just think it should be clear in whatever
Yeah.
we're adopting that we
Yeah.
understand it maybe.
yeah, it's, yes, I'm comfortable with that.
But I'm comfortable with that. Second.
So we have a motion and a second, and I just a couple.
We need to close the public hearings.
I'll
Okay,
move that
close
first.
the public hearing. Motion to close the public hearing.
Cole made the motion.
We have a second to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Yep. Then I just have a couple questions. And are we unanimous? That closes unanimously. We will go to, I had a couple questions. I appreciate the staff for the presentation. And I appreciate my colleagues for the really thorough discussion. Just for clarification and for the public's, whoever's deciding to watch this later on or still watching this, could you explain in 3 sentences exactly why you're recommending a delay?
Well, I'll take that challenge. No, we're recommending this delay to give us the opportunity to prepare the transit alternative development plan, to be able to thoughtfully think through how we want to adjust densities under the bill and giving us a pause to be able to do that work. We're not able to do that before July 1st.
So for anyone who's watching this, it is not because we are trying to not build affordable housing. It's to make sure that it's not a one-size-fit-all for every city, as brought up by, I believe, a couple of our colleagues here on the council. So I'm supportive of the motion. I did have one addition I would like to add to actually 2 additions I'd like to add, if you're willing to. If staff could get it back to us in 9 months, I don't see why we shouldn't ask for that, or at least have a 6-month check-in within that.
I absolutely agree, and I would love to have it be done in 6 to 9 months. I've long been a proponent, as Director Page knows, of moving our planning along a little quicker. I'm just trying to be realistic.
Thank you.
But I think we certainly could add a 6-month and a 12-month check-in.
Then the other piece of it is, and I don't know if this would be an item that goes to the housing committee, but SB 79 is law. And we could do all we want to do. It's the state law, and we're going to abide by that state law. And we're going to produce housing. Part of the concern that I receive from residents is, and I understand that these are transit developments, and the idea that everybody's going to get on the goal line or a bus is novel and great, but rider share on those on both of those are actually down in Los Angeles County, and so maybe it will change in 5 years, maybe, and I hope it does. What can we do to look at incentivizing developers to include or incorporate parking? I think we have to look at what we can do to incentivize.
We can look at that and in return. There's state laws that don't require it, as you know, and they can do that through the concession or waiver process. But I think staff could do some thinking on that, and we can bring it to the HHPC committee.
Okay, perfect. Well, with that being said, we have a motion and a second.
Can I just ask, one concern about the check-ins and the expiration is we don't control when HCD gets back to us. So I wonder if we should start those from their approval of our ordinance.
I think that would be good, because
remember-
if we have to make adjustments, we should know what we're working from. So
Right.
I would
And
agree.
we have some bad experiences with them
I
in terms of
think it's a good
approval
point.
of our general plan and the like. Came
And
back to bite us.
I'm looking to staff because I recall that they had a certain amount of time that they had to respond to us. It's like 90 days or something like that.
I
Yeah.
believe it's 60, but they can
Oh.
ask for an extension of 30 days. And I believe that is their end date, 90.
And before their approval, our delayed effectuation is presumed to be in effect?
Correct.
Mhm. And the ordinance currently doesn't have a sunset timeframe referenced. So I'm not sure if you're trying to put that in the ordinance or
Yes.
just direct staff,
In the
come
ordinance.
back. So what do we want to say in the ordinance since this is first reading?
Okay, so you may want to modify it, Madam City Attorney, in the spirit of what Mr. Lyon has suggested, but that the ordinance by its terms sunsets 18 months from July 1.
Or after.
Or from the date that the.
Well, I
HCD
think if it's going to be that, I'd shorten the sunset. If it's going to be 18 months plus 3 months, that's 21 months. That's way longer. So if we want to do, I think the check-in should be delayed to 9 months, right? So the ordinance would last for up to 18 months,
Okay.
and the check-in would come at 9 months.
So 18 months sunset from July 1st.
Not from July 1st, from HCD's approval.
No, from
No,
July 1st, his motion.
Oh, I would.
On the sunset for 18 months,
Right.
which I think gives us plenty of time, even with the 3 months at the beginning, that gives us still 15 months to do a TODAP past then. And then I'm delaying the check-in from 6 months to 9 months to give time.
Problem is, we're going to want their feedback before we start work in earnest on the TODAP, I would think.
We're already working on the TODAP, and the
Yeah.
TODAP is something different. So, this really is the pause while we do that work. So we can continue our work while
But if they
HCD is
reject
doing it.
part of it, you're working on a TODAP that's meaningless.
Well, the TODAP is different, and it has its own rules and its own parameters.
Yeah.
And so we're working under a different set of rules for that than this pausing. So
Okay.
the work can happen
This
simultaneously.
is
All
just
right.
their
I
approval
do-
of the delayed effectuation ordinance?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
It sounds like there's consensus here among the 5 of us. I do want to make clear, I want to study some of these sites. And second reading may not be the slam dunk that it always is, but, and I want to find out what's happening with the Harabedian bill too. So you should be
Understood.
prepared to address that when you come
If
back.
we had any feedback on the sites, that would be helpful so that we could be prepared at.
Yeah,
second
I just
reading.
need
We would
to
appreciate
look
that.
at them. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So-
And one, since it appears we're moving forward with first reading, in response to some of the public testimony we heard here today, the RM12 and RM16, which are multifamily, are very low density multifamily. I strongly support missing middle housing. And I would like to see development, but not necessarily at 6 stories in those areas. And with density bonuses and others, we can see significant development, just not at the height of SB 79 until we've had the chance to look at the TODAP. And those areas may be zoned more to some higher level between RM12 and 100 units to the acre. Plus, those also are almost entirely north of the freeway. They're still within the half mile for the lake station. But really, the Memorial Park station is not in the middle of the freeway. So to get from the north side of the freeway to the Memorial Park is really quite a hike. It's the crows, as Mr. Hampton reminded us, fly that way, but nobody else does. And a lot of the naturally occurring housing that we have in our community is in those areas north of the freeway. And so to mow those down, even though in the long run that generates more housing, in the short run, it actually puts a greater squeeze on existing residents who are benefiting from naturally occurring affordable housing. Many of those are single family, which are exempt from rent control. And those to go to 6 stories in those areas, I think. So that's why I'm suggesting a modification of the Planning Commission's recommendations. But I also don't want to go along with the going all the way to allowing SB 79 to apply across the entire city without these exceptions.
So would you like to repeat?
Yes, and I also noticed if you look at section 1, Caroline pointed this out, of the ordinance, that would be amended in that first sentence. It would say the following sites are excluded from Government Code section 65912.157 until 18 months following the adoption of the 7th revision of the housing element. Previously said 1 year, or currently says 1 year. And then the section 7 would read, this ordinance shall take effect upon publication and will sunset by its terms 18 months from July 1, 2026. My understanding is the check-in language is a direction to staff, not codified, not in the code, in the ordinance. So staff, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Staff understands that there is a direction to have a check-in 9 months after July, which is April 2027.
And to clarify that first edit, section 1 currently refers to the sites being excluded until that 7th revision. With the council's direction, that will now be until 18 months from July 1st to be consistent.
Right. That's what I said at first.
And then the other changes
Was the
remove RM32 and
32,
RM48 from the exemption.
That was going to be my question. So that would be B. Two B.
RM 32.
48 and 48. So 2B would be amended to just have RM12 and RM16.
Correct. And single family.
Okay. That was my question.
All right, Blair. There was a motion and a second?
There's a motion and a second for item 26, and then we'll do the ordinance as revised. So
roll call. Should we roll?
Roll call.
Roll call. Yes, roll call.
With those revisions to the ordinance, Councilmember Cole,
Yes.
to approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent, Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas is absent and Mayor Gordo is absent. All of the absents are due to recusal. That's 5 in favor. Unanimously is approved. That's the required.
And I'll offer the ordinance.
Mr. Cole to offer the ordinance with the as revised.
Do we need public comment on that?
No, the public comment was taken. Sorry if that was a joke. I'm tired. This is an uncodified ordinance of the city of Pasadena to delay effectuation of the abundant and affordable homes near Transit Act, Senate Bill 79 for eligible site and sites containing a locally designated historic resource offered by Councilmember Cole to conduct first reading. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent due to recusal. Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas is absent due to recusal, and Mayor Gordo is absent due to recusal. The motion carries 5-0.
I want to thank all of my colleagues for staying and thank you for your abstention from us closing out the meeting, Councilmember Cole. Councilmember Lyons, sorry about that. We will adjourn in memory of Ruthie Hopkins and Tony Santinelli.